Good morning, afternoon, evening, everybody. Hello. My throat. How are we doing today? We're back at it. On this fine Monday, Pacificadora 98 dagger was taken. How you guys doing? It's Otto. Hello. Welcome. How's the weekend? You're looking good today. I had a haircut. It was about time. Like, it was getting really bad. My beard was out of control, and you know, I needed a fresh new start. Let me get some water. I've gone into Ripbound for the first time over this weekend. I fear I've fallen down the rabbit hole. One of us. Welcome to the club. There's no going back. You are fucked. You're welcome. Hi, I'm new to Riftbound TCG. What deck do you recommend for the new Vendetta meta? We're gonna be talking a little bit about that because I'm still in the process of figuring out what I'm gonna be taking to the regionals in Barcelona by the end of the month. But there is something that I didn't initially think I would venture into, but there's something I want to try today, and I'm gonna switch it over. Like the music a little bit because you know, let's go from Earth to a little bit of chill Ionia as we yap a little bit, you know what I'm saying? It's never gonna be Aurora. I'm never gonna fall that low. I actually have some self-respect. I'm never gonna take the Aurora slop route, though I do have to admit that when it comes to Jace, it's pretty clear at this point that the best way to play him is Aurora. One of the things that I didn't factor in with the color combination in Aurora is the fact that you get to run Bellows Breath with Elder Dragon. And Bellows Breath with Elder Dragon is fucking scary as hell. Very, very strong. And deck building lately for this meta, I've come to realize just how if you go beyond purple and yellow, the other colors don't really deal with Elder Dragon all that well. Like, there's no clean answer to it. Neither in green, nor blue, nor red, nor orange. You just kind of have to deal with its might, essentially. There's no Starcross, there's no Call the Weak. So when it comes to selecting which deck I'm going to be taking to Barcelona, I am factoring in the Aurora matchup. It's actually one of the things that I'm taking into account more. I want to make sure that, not necessarily that I bring a deck that inherently matches up well into it, but I need to bring a variation of a deck that can actually play well into it. That at least has some tools, if it's in the sideboard or something, to be able to combat it. And I want to make use of this, you know, beginning of the stream to kind of like talk a little bit about where my current thoughts are with Akali, right? Because I've been playing a lot of Akali. Like last week, I pretty much only played Akali, and I was really hyping up Akali. And I thought that that was going to be my go-to thing for the tournament. And I've actually changed my mind, given, you know, how the metagame is still very young, right? I feel like this first RQ, things are not going to be quite figured out yet, but it's going to get close to that. But we have an idea as to what decks are rising. And unfortunately, Akali doesn't do well into a lot of them. It's not Mel. It's not Mel. In fact, I'm not gonna reveal it just yet. I'm gonna talk a little bit about Akali first, and then I'm going to show you guys what I have. What I have chosen, so I can't multitask. Here we go. Akali was such a cool deck, though. It is. It's a very, very fun deck. I really enjoyed it. It's a very intricate deck as well, and it has a lot going on for it. There's a very, very, very powerful signature spell, in my opinion. But it also has some weaknesses. I am very happy with where we ended up at. This Lotus Trap shit was like this was a recent change that I made to try to give myself some way to deal with the Elder Dragon. The idea, if I run to Aurora, right? If I queue into like for example Jace Aurora, I could Lotus Trap the dragon and then kill it with a Falling Star. Like, there's no such thing as a one-card answer for Elder Dragon within this color combination. And I really underestimated the power of the deck. I also believe that no matter how you look at it, Akali struggles with some consistency issues. You know, every deck has these kind of problems, but we have a very power-hungry deck that can really struggle if we fall behind. And there's a lot of, like, rogue matchups that can actually be quite tough for us. I believe the biggest reasons why I basically moved away from this for going for Barcelona with it is because, first of all, the Aurora matchup feels atrocious. Like, I haven't been able to experiment it that much, to be honest, but theoretically, it just looks really bad because they play an Elder Dragon and you just don't really have many ways to deal with that. Like, it's just really tough because your units are not that big. You got to pump up something with a Pendulum Blade. You probably got to run more Pendulum Blades, and you got to be able to charm the dragon maybe and get a kill with it, but you're going to trade it with one of your units. Like the Brittle Steel, the ability to answer the Aurora is not the problem. The problem is dealing with the Elder Dragon after, paired with the Flurry and the Bellows Breath. I think Jace will actually end up being the strongest Aurora deck because of Bellows Breath. So while we do have access to Defy, and we have access to Shuriken Flip to apply pressure, our Scuttle Crab kind of dies to a Flurry no matter what, for example, so we can't really turbo them with that. And theoretically, it just looks really rough, right? And then another matchup that is also very scary that I think is going to be very popular in Barcelona is Draven. I think Draven is going to make a big comeback in the next regional. I think a lot of people are really hyping up the deck. You know, the inclusion of the ecchi hentai card, the tentacles, makes it like it's actually a really good card for Draven. It allows it to bypass prior weaknesses like stuff like Cold Weak. It helps you apply pressure without committing your board. And the one power units work really well because you can boost them up to 4 with the axes, right? So that combined with stuff like Rune Runner makes the deck like very gritty, and Akali just absolutely despises Draven because we feed into its ability, into its legend ability, right? And another problem that I fear is, like, if Mel becomes popular, then our reliance on Falling Star for removing things can be used against us, and that's also pretty terrifying. All in all, I think the deck is still strong. I think it can perform well, but it has a lot of rough matchups from decks that I believe are going to be really popular. And I also think that Akali herself is going to be extremely popular in Barcelona. So fighting for the metal card is going to be it's going to be really hard because I think there's going to be a strong representation for this legend. I think a lot of people will be hunting the best of as well. And I just don't feel like I'll be as consistent as I want to be with it, ultimately. Because of all these factors. Aurora has just been ruining the game since release. Yeah, I mean, I don't like the card. But it's a part of the game and we gotta deal with it, right? I was playing some of this deck and Rebuke was killing my vibe. Yeah, like not so fast. Helps, for sure. But Rebuke is making a strong comeback in a lot of purple decks. And you gotta factor that in. Not so fast definitely helps against that, right? Like there are ways to navigate around it. But because we go all in, a lot of times with one attacker, like one of our attackers is the one that gets really pumped up with Pendulum Blade. We're more vulnerable to, like, stuns, for example. Stuns really hurt us. So even, like, green decks that run back off can also actually be problematic. Like, I had this series against Leona, like this random series, and I really, really struggled. I actually managed to win because they misplayed at the end, but it was really tough. Against fucking Leona. So, over the weekend, playtesting a little bit and thinking. I also competed, by the way. I didn't stream it because I didn't want to get sniped. Also, like I wasn't sure if I was allowed to because they were like streaming. They were like official streams for it. But for those of you guys who don't know, I was a part of the. I mean, I still am. I think I have the link here. So I'm a part of this tournament. This ongoing, it's like a league. Which is the Nation Clash. I don't know if you guys have heard about it, but there's like it's basically a tournament where every country has a team of, I believe, 8 players representing each team, each nation. I'm playing for Spain, and we had our first match against Germany on Saturday. Unfortunately, we lost. It was a rough. It was a rough day for us. The good news is, I won my game. I actually won 2-0. I played Ari. Because this is basically it's a draft, like it's kind of like a draft league where before the event we all, like every country drafted 5 legends from the pool. Only all the, like, and there were several bans as well. Like I know that Diana and Irelia got banned. I'm not sure what else got banned, but there were several key bans. And our team drafted Zed, Victor, Ari, Jin, and Rumble. That's our roster. And I helped build the Ari deck, and I played Ari. So like basically every like we have a group phase where we have like 3 different days where we play. And every time we play, like we play with all 5 legends, and it's a best out of 5 essentially. We lost 2-3. But you know, I did win my series 2-0. I played against Mbessa with Ari. So, but the other games were just really unfortunate. We had like a Victor versus Draven matchup, which was really fucked. Zed versus Kha'Zix was also really rough. The Jin game was rough as well because like the first match they basically had like a crazy opening hand with like Defies, and they main decked like this the decree of the orange decree. And it just completely ruined like the game plan early on and stuff. And it was still like a 2-1 series, but it was It was also a tough matchup in the end. But Rumble won. You know, Rumble beat Ivern. And yeah, so we play again tomorrow. And I'm actually going to play again tomorrow with Ari. So that's going on right now. I think maybe tomorrow, fuck it, like I'll actually stream the game. You know, if I get sniped, so be it. But you know, we're facing Poland. I think they won't snipe us. I think they're, you know, they got too much pride to do something like that. So that's what I did on Saturday. But like I said, during the weekend, I was playtesting a little bit, thinking stuff out, and I just came to the realization that, like I said, Akali had a lot of problems, right? So I'm like, okay, I want to find a legend that I believe will not be overrepresented. I'm not saying like it won't be played, like it will be, you know, but it won't be like one of the most popular legends. I believe that from the Vendetta set, I think Jace, there's going to be a lot of Jace Aurora. I actually think Jace Aurora, this is not something that I thought was going to happen. I did not predict Jace Aurora to become the best Aurora deck, but at this point I'm convinced is the best Aurora deck because of the Bellows, because of the fact that they get to play Bellows Breath with the dragon. I think that's a ridiculous combo. The Promising Future high roll is also a thing, but I think the Bellows Breath is the big, like, is the big deal. Like, that's the scariest aspect of the deck. So, Jace, there will be a lot of Aurora Jace decks. And I also believe Kennen will be extremely popular. There's a lot of hype around Kennen. There's no way Kennen doesn't see massive representation. And I also think Akali is going to be really popular as well, despite her not being as good. But I think a lot of people are gonna be fighting to get that best of with Akali. So you guys are not gonna expect this because I actually rated this legend at the bottom of my tier list initially. But the one who I've chosen, you know, for now, it's like theoretically, I really like where the lines actually features the color combination that I have been most successful with, competing in Riftbound, and it's an archetype that has surprised me. An archetype that I believe actually has a lot of potential into the meta. I have chosen Nasus. The big dog. I am very intrigued by this archetype, and I have been working quite a bit on it. All right, and I'm gonna explain why. I was memeing on Nasus. I was a Nasus non-believer. Like I thought he was gonna be shit. I was dead wrong. Why Nasus? Okay. Nasus has a lot of very strong things going on for it. I believe, first of all, this deck is a mid-range killer. This deck has the ability to bully other mid-range decks in the meta, because we play bigger units and we get to back them up with counter spells, and we have exceptional removal. While the Aurora matchup feels rough, I have designed a special sideboard, even though I'm still working on it, to be able to fight it. Like, the sideboard is like 50% Aurora, which seems like a lot, but I believe it's going to be one of the roughest matchups otherwise. And I have some spicy shit. No more Akali. I can still play more Akali, but again, I've heard people say that the Draven matchup is bad. I don't believe that. I think if we play Nasus right, we should be able to bully Draven. So one of the key aspects of this deck is the Astro Heron. This card is cinema. Absolute cinema. 7 energy, 7 might. Whenever you play your first card each turn, if I'm at a battlefield, your next card costs 2 energy and 2 power less. And with Nasus' ability, when you play a unit, if it costs 7 or more, you get to untap 2 runes. Astro Heron allows you to cheat the mana curve to a degree that is pretty wild. And the card that I really like with Nasus is Temporal Breach. We actually played this in the Nation Clash with Ari. This card has tremendous utility because not only can we use it, like a lot of you are probably thinking, to just bounce our Watcher in our opponent's turn, for example, we can use it to dodge rebukes, Starcrossed, removal in general. We can use it when an opponent brings in an attacker. Let's say they bring in Irelia. We have big units holding. They bring in Irelia and they pump her and they pump her and they pump her. We Temporal Breach. We make them replay it again. Any equipment she has on, gone. Any buffs, all the buffs, all that shit, done. It resets against punch first, against all kind of combat tricks. This card absolutely resets everything. And the key thing about hidden cards is that they work really well with Astro Heron, because you play your first card when he's in the battlefield, and all of a sudden you have mana for a Bellows Breath, for a Not So Fast. Your back off from hand just costs 1 energy. And there's a lot of really dope plays with Temporal Breach, like the White Flame Protector. I haven't seen anybody play this motherfucker. This guy is slept on in Nasus like crazy, because we can play him and make our Scuttle Crab 8 might to conquer with it. And when they attack us, we can use Temporal Breach to bounce this and give something plus 8 might. Cinema. Absolute fucking cinema. So, another thing that I love about Astro Heron is Singularity. This card is another reason why I gravitated towards Nasus. I believe people are still sleeping on Mel. I think Mel is going to be highly problematic. I think her signature spell is too fucking insane for her not to be good. And one of the beautiful things about Singularity is that it is exceptional against Mel, because you can kill their empowered units, their Hueys. You can shoot 2 of them, and you don't have to worry about them countering it, because they can't. Very strong, especially with the Astro Heron. Because with the Astro Heron, we play a card, and then we get to play Singularity for 4 energy and no power. Very powerful. Very powerful combo. I run 1 Tasty Faithfolk. I actually like this unit a lot. I know people have suggested like the Sprite Mother. I believe the Tasty Faithfolk is more reliable. We can accelerate him. We can, you know, when he goes down, we get to channel 2 runes and draw. That's extremely helpful for us as an effect. And I really like him here. We have Disarming Rake. Disarming Rake. Let's say we play against Sivir Aurora. Check the shit out. We have Disarming Rake. We play him beforehand in the battlefield. We hide Temporal Breach. They play Aurora. As soon as they play Aurora, Sivir triggers. Whether they want to activate her or not, Sivir will trigger. Sivir will create a chain. We react to that chain with Temporal Breach. We bounce the Disarming Rake. And we kill Aurora. How's the Aurelia matchup? Temporal Breach and 2 copies of Back Off. is our key answer against Irelia. Temporal Breach can undo all of the buffs Irelia has. They buffer, but they're gonna have to buffer a lot because we're gonna have big boys holding, right? We're gonna have our Astro Heron and something else. They're gonna bring her in, pump her up. We play Temporal Breach. We defy their defy. And they lose all the buffs. And any equipment equipped onto her. When you Temporal Breach an opposing enemy and they have to replay it, the equipment is no longer on them. So if they have a Guardian Angel, they no longer have it. This card is one of the strongest cards in the set. Like I'm saying it right now. This card, the flexibility that it offers, it can be a counter spell. It can be a way to debuff your opponent's attackers. It can be a way to trigger your upon entry effects from 1000 Tilt Watcher or from White Flame Protector. It can potentially, like, let's even envision a scenario where our opponent has like a massive board with like a bunch of Rasas and shit, and like Watcher ain't gonna cut it. We play Watcher, we untap 2 runes with Nasus, we play Temporal Breach, we replay the Watcher, then we accelerate him. Everything has -6, or -6. And then we go in. We can potentially even, with 1000 Tilt Watcher, if it's in a battlefield, we go back, we Temporal Breach, accelerate him, go to the other lane. Right? Like, this card has so many combos. Why not 3 Temporal Breach? Because I need to get to the point where I need to get where I can hide it. It is a consideration, but sometimes we just need a stun, and I really value back off. The thing that I think I'm missing right now with this deck, what I would like to add is 2 Wages of Pain, so that we don't get run over early as easily. So we have more disrupt, like, because if we don't go for our Find Our Center on turn 2 and we're going first, like, we need to try to ramp. That's why not only we play Find Your Center, but we also play Retreat. Retreat is there to ramp us by bouncing the Scuttle Crab, bouncing the Steel Paws, or even the Clockwork Keeper. We play the Clockwork Keeper as a 2-drop because it works really well with Astro Heron. We play a card, and then we get to play this for free, and we get to pay the power for free because of Astro Heron's effect, and we get to draw a card. So I like it as a 2-drop here. Retreat allows us to ramp. If we go first, we go from 2 to 4, and then if we ramp on turn 2, then we can play our 7-drop on turn 3, and that makes a huge difference, right? But in games where we aren't able to do that, I also would like to have Wages of Pain to be able to stop my opponent. Like if we go second, for example, and they play a 2-drop, we have Wages of Pain, they attack with it, we can try to bop it. And if they protect it somehow, they don't get to drop like if we're facing Draven, for example, okay, they can play an Axe, but they can't develop a Kaisa, right? I'm just not sure how to fit it in, because I think that the double not so fast is really important because of Rebuke. And because not so fast is incredible with Astral. So I'm not sure what to take out for it. Jace tempo is not good on competitive. It's good, but I feel like it's not consistent enough is the problem. I also believe it's really vulnerable to sideboarding, because people are going to bring in a lot of gear hate because people are ready for Aurora. Like, Aurora is always going to be popular in regionals. So people are going to be bringing in the Brittle Steels, all that shit. And I believe, like, Jace is just really going to struggle with that. So that's why I moved on from it. So when it comes to the battlefields, I think the Paper Tree is like the one that's CERN, because this card greatly benefits us, because whether we go to that battlefield, I like it when I go first because I can just send in my 2-drop. If they kill my 2-drop, then they're gonna hold the Paper Tree, which means that I'm going to get that rune anyways. And this card allows us to get to 7 quickly, so really, really clutch. I also really like the Valmal's Lair. This battlefield disrupts a lot of strategies, like Irelia. Irelia can't just, like, they need the boots, so they can't just go in and out. Which is really nice. Any sort of, you know, as soon as they conquer this battlefield, they're stuck there. And that allows us to, you know, make sure that we can punish that with the Watcher. And then the final one is still up to debate, but I'm currently going with Sunken Temple because it's easy for us to trigger, and we do need the card draw. But it could be something else. Like there are other viable options, like for example the Sigil of the Storm, right? Like that is also something we can consider. And let me talk about the sideboard for a little bit, because like I said, Aurora is scary. Why is Aurora scary? Not because of the Aurora itself, because we can deal with Aurora. We have more disarming. We have a main deck Disarming Rake. Disarming Rake can work really well with Temporal Breach and with Retreat as well. And with Astro Heron, we can pay him for just 1 energy and no power, which is really nice. But that's not it. The problem is the dragons, right? We have 2 Disarming Rakes and 1 Barbara in the sideboard to make sure that we draw our gear removal, because then we can bounce it and shit. The problem is any sort of color combination that lacks purple or yellow, you know, chaos or order, really struggles killing the dragon. Because the removal is based on damage, might reduction, etc. Like there's just no clean way to deal with it. So what I have here is a good chunk of my sideboard dedicated towards that. One of the first things is Decree of Insight. Decree of Insight is actually for Elder Dragon, because we can drop it down to 5 might. And that allows us to kill it with Singularity. It also allows us, if it's in a battlefield, you know, eventually he's got to attack, we can Decree of Insight, we bring in the Siphoning Strike, and we knock it out as well. It can also be useful in other, like, orange matchups, aggressive matchups. Like, this can come in and really weaken their attackers. So but the main purpose this card serves is to be able to weaken the dragon. And a spicy, spicy card that I have for the Aurora matchup specifically is the Esteemed Hierophant. 5 energy, 5 might, while you control 7 or more runes, prevent all damage that enemy spells and abilities would deal to me. That was a mind-blown gesture, by the way. This cannot be targeted by the Elder Dragon. I mean, yeah, it cannot be damaged by the Elder Dragon. This cannot be damaged by the Flurry. This cannot be damaged by Bellows Breath. This can't be pinged by anything. Okay? And if they come in to kill it with the dragon, I can play Decree of Insight, and you can do the math. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a trade. That is a trade with Elder Dragon right there. Because until unless they send the Elder Dragon to combat, they're not going to be able to kill this motherfucker. So... Yeah, no, I thought Nasus would be... Yeah, exactly, but no, it really isn't. Yes, I side in a shitload of cards against Aurora, yes. We have a 3rd Bellows Breath, and we have a 3rd Singularity. For mid-range matchups, aggro matchups, the Bellows Breath. I would like to play 3 Bellows Breath, but the main deck is quite constrained. And I'm still having problems because I want those 2, I really want the Wages of Pain. But I believe back off is really important. You would think, well, your creatures are big. They're not big enough. Like, we can hold, but we need some assistance to hold. And back off is extremely reliable at that. It protects us. It's really good into Draven. Like, this card is goated against Draven. And that's the initial take. Again, this is going to be a process. But this is where I'm at right now. And yes, we sideboard a shitload of cards against Aurora. Yes, we bring in a lot. No green Akali. I found her good against Elder. We don't really have ways to move her. If you look at it, like we don't really have ways to pump her more, you know? And Steamed Hierophant is just a better version of green Akali in this deck. Yeah, I really like blue-green. Blue-green is the color combination that I've had most success with. Like, I really like being able to play Defies and counter spells. I really like cards like Singularity. I love the Thousand-Tailed Watcher. I feel more at home with this color combination than anything else as of now. So I do believe that this, at the very least, has potential. But there's a lot of testing to be done because maybe my early game is too weak as of now because I don't run the Wages of Pain, right? What the fuck do I take out for Wages of Pain, man? Because I need my early units so that I can retreat, right? Like, I can't have such a low number of, you know... Also, Zanya's is a consideration as well. Mellow Dog. Like him. With the Prime. Thank you so much, man. I wasn't watching. Can you explain why you dropped Akali? Yeah, I'll give you like the... I did go over it, but I'll give you the TLDR. Basically, I believe Akali has a lot of very rough matchups for what this meta is shaping up to be. I think the Aurora matchup is really rough because she doesn't really have an efficient way to deal with the Elder Dragons. She can easily deal with the Aurora, but the Elder Dragon is a pretty big problem. Darnest, think of the Prime. And there are some potential answers, but I also believe the deck struggles a lot against Draven, who I believe is going to be very popular. And some rough matchups here and there. I also think Mel will be really tough. I think Rek'Sai can be quite difficult as well, like aggro decks. Like, I just feel like she has some rough matchups across the board, and she struggles. Like, I believe that once you start running into good players, because I've won a lot with Akali because I was able to outplay people, but when I'm not able to outplay people, I feel like Akali is gonna crumble a bit. And I also believe she's gonna be overrepresented. I think a lot of people are gonna play her, which is going to make competing for the best of more difficult and potentially more luck-based because it depends on what matchups you get. Almost all Nasses I've seen play 3 Sentry and 3 Scuttle for draw, and then either Sprite Queen or Astro Heron on 7 energy. I thought about the Versus Sentry, but I personally like the Clockwork Keeper more because the 2 Might can be quite useful. Sometimes I can use this thing to trade into a 2-drop so that I can slow my opponent down. And this guy gives me immediate card draw with Astro, which I really like. Sprite Queen is a good card in Nessus, but I prefer the Tasty Faithfolk. And because I'm playing Temporal Breach, I really like the White Flame Protector as well. But I feel like the taste... Sometimes you need to be able to drop like a 7-drop that doesn't cost you power. And this guy can accelerate for 6 Might, which can be really clutch. So I chose it over that. I also believe the Sprite Queen is a little bit slow. Like, yeah, she's giving you like the free sprites. But by that point, you need a stronger attacker, I think, a lot of times. And I really like the Tasty Faithful because when he goes down, like, you don't care, right? Because you're ramping a shitload and you're drawing. I think this guy is really nice. I would have played 2 if I wasn't playing the White Flame Protector Spice. Is 3 Astro Heron... Yeah, it's the core of the deck. Yes, I believe it is. This is the guy that allows me to really get things going. We play 2 Premonition. Because it just plays off so well with him. We don't play 3 because if we don't have him, then this card is kind of dead, right? Like, this card is really hard to play. Take out 1000 tier, one of the recalls. The recall feels so clutch though, because I really want to be able to ramp. And there's a lot of plays that enable, like I like having a 1 energy play because this allows me to trigger Astro Heron with just 1 energy. And in my opponent's turn, I can sometimes even use it on a Watcher if it's gonna die to replay it again the next turn. And it allows me to ramp early. Like, the ramp effect from this is so clutch. Like, I would play more Find Your Centers if I could. So, but yeah, like I said, I do need to find space for 2 Wages of Pain. And, right now, I'm just not sure what to take out for it. I don't like Smokescreen. It's costing me power. It's dropping me down. I'd rather have Back Off. I think Back Off is more reliable because I'm not really vulnerable to challenge and stuff, which is what Smokescreen is better than Stuns for. Back Off, I can hide, which allows me to trigger the Astro Heron, and it cycles itself, which is really important. It's good to counter the punch. Yeah, it's good to counter the punch against Master Yi. That is a good point. Yes, but I believe White Flame Protector also really plays into that. Like, this gives me a very strong play against Master Yi. Singularity is also really good against Master Yi. I don't think my Master Yi matchup should be bad at all, honestly. But we can test it as it is and see just how necessary the Wages of Pain is, because I have felt like so far the deck has performed well, but I haven't played it that much, to be honest. And the games that I played, there have been situations that shit felt really rough early in the game, right? Because I just didn't have anything to do early. I really believe in the main deck Disarming Rake, like this card. Especially with the recalls, it just and the Temporal Breach, it does a lot. Yeah, I have the Decree of Insight in the side, yeah. Which I obviously would bring against Master Yi as well, so that's really nice. What do I take out? Like, I really want Wages of Pain. Like, do I need 2 back offs? Feels really clutch. Bellows is like, no. Defy, no. I really think I need 2 Not So Fast. The card is so strong with this. I wonder if this is the first deck you want to go second to just reach 7 runes faster. Yeah, I mean, that's what the ramp is for, though, but that is an interesting point. Let's test it like this. And see how we do. Okay, so we're facing Irelia, so I'm going to lead off with the Valmal's Lair. We go second. The Premonition on its own is not a good idea. We have the Retreat with the Steel Paws. I think I may mulligan the Discipline for now. Let's see if I can find better pieces. Okay. Disarming rake is important here. They have that. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the clockwork here. I could have played the steel paws, to be honest. I don't know why I didn't. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't play that. This back off will be really important. So this guy could move here, but then they would lose that. Okay. So I'm gonna try to go in here and trade with this. I mean, kill it. We have no green runes yet. I'm gonna play this. I don't really want to back off this early anyways, so... But do I want to play this thing? I think I do. I think I may want to bounce here. Because if they want to drop Irelia, like I wanna try to... Because I want to have 8 runes for Nessus. They are turboing us. But they would have been able to knock us out anyways. Okay. Okay, so they're gonna on guard. I feel like I need to empower this guy. Tap Nasus. To prevent them from scoring so easily. Slow them down a little bit. See if I can play the Astro here next turn. Oh, shit. Okay. So I can't stun the early now. Hmm. Fuck. If I had a watcher, I would be able to jump in on them, but I don't. So what can I do here? I can try to find the rake here. Pay this, pay 1 power, and draw a card. I feel like right now I need to have an answer. To like a charm or something, but I mean, this is looking rough. That Twilight Shroud really did its dirty here. I really can't move back at least. I should have gone for the back off, I think, in response to this. To draw a card. Vex, okay. Yeah, I think I should have gone for the back off to draw. I don't see a way to do this here. It's pretty good. So, I mean, maybe they forgot to pump that, but... I guess I just need to play the cheapest one so I can draw. If I had drawn, I could have countered that. Okay. One, two, three. Okay. In Dragon we trust. Oh my god. Oh my god! Cinema! Okay. White Flame, protect. Maybe I should have played him here. No. No, it's fine. We'll keep him in the back. Let's hide. Because we need the White Flame Protector to... Okay. Okay, so they're going in with that. They draw. Maybe I should not have hidden the Temporal Breach, but I think we're okay doing this. Okay. We have all the counter spells in the world. I'm gonna send this in first to see what I'm going up against. All right. Key. Okay, so now we know they can ride the wind there, but they can't do shit. I want to get away with playing the Nasus first. Because then I know that they can't, like, I can double defy, no problem, and I can defy without. So I'm going to play... Because now, Heron triggers. I review my hand. And then I'm going to play this here for free. Draw a card. Call it a turn. We know they have Stellarcorn, Ride the Wind. We have all the Defies. They play Charm from here to here. We're going to go ahead and... we're going to... We want to not so fast that... So we're gonna go for this. I'm just thinking about how best to use my mana, but we just go for the not so fast. We trigger the Heron. Comeback of the century, boys. White Flame Protector! Protects! You guys believe in him now? Let him so we can win with Nasus? Yeah, that's a good argument, to be honest. Like, I should have let that happen. I have not so fast and double defy. Like, I should have just let that happen. And then I go for the Giga Chad, Nasus, Empower, double point conquer. I should have done that. Honestly, I think that was the correct play. Because that also puts the White Flame Protector. That would have been brilliant, because that puts the White Flame Protector on the battlefield where I hid my Temporal Breach. So I can empower Nasus, you know, untap with Nasus, send them in, Temporal Breach the White Flame, give him +8 might with double defy and not so fast backup. That would have been cinema. That would have been amazing. $16 might, empowered Nasus for the win. Oh, man. That's kind of my experience with the deck so far. Like, shit gets really scary, but then we climb back. I just want the early game to be a little bit less scary, you know? I don't have that many games. I played it yesterday night and this morning. So far, I haven't lost, but it's not like I played that many games. I think I played like maybe like 5 or 6 in total series. So no more Akali for Barcelona. Yeah, I talked about that, Mullet, at the beginning of the stream. So my reasoning is I believe Akali has a lot of really bad matchups in this meta. So I think she's not... I think she has a lot of issues against what are going to be some popular decks. And I also believe like that she's going to be extremely popular because people want to hunt the best of with her. And she's just a very popular character. So I want to play something that's going to be a little bit less popular and that I believe can low-key match up quite well into the meta. More like better than people think. And I believe Nasus is that. Barcelona is, it's like 3 weeks from now. Is your goal top 64 or best of? To be completely honest with you, my goal is to win. Because I believe when you don't set out to win... Do I go with the Valmont or do I go with the paper tree? Against Yi, what do I lead off with? I like paper tree on my go first game. I'm gonna go Valmont. Maybe this is incorrect. Okay, going second. All right, let's test the Yi matchup. Okay, we have Astro Heron and we have Thousand Tail Watcher. Retreat is very nice. Defy is as well. We're going second, so we don't quite need the ramp. I am gonna need the Watcher, but keeping 2 7 drops is a little bit sus. The mulligan is tricky. I feel like we're gonna need Defy. I do feel like Watcher is gonna be important. But I also want some kind of ramp, so I'm gonna mulligan the Defy. I think I'm gonna regret that. See, this is the problem. When I have no early plays, this happens. I don't wanna burn my energy, so this is tough. I'm gonna pass here. I'm gonna try to go for this on their turn, so they burn energy on their turn. Before they draw. But see, they're already getting on us. Okay, they drop the camel. What do we do? They go to 5. Like, do I just drop a Watcher and take out this Poro? That leaves me exposed. I need to be able to have a better attack. I need to have like more muscle, right? But if like the Astro Heron is what really allows us to go off here, but if I play Nasus, I have a bigger body overall, and I can... No, but I have more energy afterwards. I'm gonna play this. See, they're already at 5 points is the problem. The thing is, the Valmal's lair is weakening them on that side. But, you know, they have punch first and all that shit going on here. The problem is I can't, this camel is a problem. How do we approach this? We have not so fast to try to counter a charm. They have quite a few cards though. See, this is my issue with like not having an early game. They go for a sabotage. That means they could have a 4, that means he comes... Onslaught. Oh, they're gonna clear me. Wait. Let me see if I can defy that, because they're gonna try to challenge me here. If they have defy, they have defy anyways. So if I want to find the defy, because they're gonna try to challenge here. Okay, so I'm gonna play to see if I can top deck a defy. So I go up to 9. And I draw into no defy. Okay, so they knocked this out. How do we approach this? We can't deal with the camel. We can go with the Watcher. Over here. They go to 6, which threatens us. But if we go with the, if we play the Watcher, we can hide the Temporal Breach, and then we can try to place that in this. That takes us three runes though, which leaves us at 9 the next turn, which makes us a bit more exposed. I could have dropped the Nasus instead of the Heron, to be honest. I think it has to be Watcher, right? Maybe I just drop a Nasus. Because at the end of the day, they want to conquer here. And we want to deny them the draw, so I think we just, yeah. Fuck it. Four runes open. I kind of have to do this. This feels bad. Using the rune for that. The camel being a problem because we can't singularity it, but they applied a lot of pressure, and this is where I would have liked to have some piece of removal here. Like Wages of Pain, right? I don't know playing the Thousand-Tailed Watcher, but the thing is, like, otherwise they just conquer with the Lonely Poro without a care in the world, and I feel like I need to make some plays here. Okay, so they trade those two to draw. Yep. Makes sense. They play a Kali. So this Singularity is not doing anything here. I can't target the Akali, I can't target this. This is problematic. I can use the Bellows to clear these two bodies at least. Here. The moment they draw into a Defy, we're getting cooked. I have to empower this and just go in here, which feels really bad. Otherwise, I can play Nasus here and try to defend one more turn. I feel like if I'm gonna have a chance, because they can't. If they try to go in with everything, I can always bounce the Watcher and have a better chance there. So I'm just gonna play Nasus here. Untap these two runes and try to defend this way. I feel like at this point they have a Defy. So my play here is not going to be great. But I need to establish some defense here. If they have a Defy, then I'm kind of cooked anyways. But I can always top deck another Watcher, like... I mean, no matter how I look at this, like, there's just not... There's just not much going on here. Like, we're at a point where we let them get too far up ahead. So one of the ways is now the Bellows has more value. Seven and 6, 13 versus 15. Okay. No problem. Okay, so 4, 4, 1, 3, 8, 8. So this Bellows doesn't really accomplish much. So they just take out my Nasus. This feels bad because I'm gonna have to. I have to premonition. There's no way around it. I could have attacked first without revealing what I had there, because now this they're gonna pump this up with this. And then there's no way around it. Yeah, this game is done. If they play this right, this game is done. I'm tapped out. They play the flow spell from, like, unless they forget to do that. I have no energy, like I have no way of coming back from this at this point. GG. Next game. Alright, let's see if we can come back. That was a bit of a rough start. By a bit, that was rough as hell. But to be fair, we also kind of bricked there. I think we can drop the disarming rake. The singularities didn't really do much there, but we won the decree of insight for sure. Not so fast is decent. They have some removal and stuff. We need the triple defy no matter what, but I think I can drop one not so fast for that. I feel like siphoning strike is just always gonna be defied here. Singularity can be really important, but they have units that really navigate around it. So let's see if we can bring this back here. Tough match for sure. We gotta mulligan a little bit more. Like, having the defy there would have been nice, being able to counter that kind of spell. The camo is definitely a problem, as it usually is, even though our Astro Heron can work with that. Let's lead off with the paper tree. Okay, so White Flame Protector is the kind of unit that I feel like I need for this kind of matchup. Singularity is good, but they can navigate around it with the Akali and stuff, so I'm going to keep the back off, and I'm going to keep the White Flame Protector for the end game. To the shock of no one, we miss a 2-drop here. Better late than never, I guess. We draw. We pass. They could bounce that back. We don't particularly care about that. They play the Akali, okay. I can try to play it back off here. I feel like I want to preserve the Defy for something else. Do I need to hunt for anything? I mean, discipline is pretty alright. Double punch first, discipline into that, okay. Decree of Insight can be interesting here. Oh yeah, he held there, so now... Punch first gets us up to 9, bro. 9. I need to find the bounce card so I can use it with the Wild Flame Protector here. I think that has to be my play. If I want to win here. Because they're gonna play. I can defy that thing, but the problem is they can replay it from the graveyard. And I cannot interact with this board this way. So this new version of Master Yi is highly problematic. It's highly problematic because I'm not sure what to do here. I can't interact with their bench. Like, the fact that I can't target those 2 units makes my singularity would be a lot more powerful if I could actually hit their units with it. But I cannot singularity them with like the Akali and stuff. So I need to play you. And then I need to tap Nasus, trigger the Heron. I need to play this here for free. So I can threaten that battlefield as well. So 2 punch first, 1 discipline, the Shroud, and then another card here. Temporal Breach gives us 8 might essentially, so we go up to 23. They have 11, 15 plus 10, 25. With discipline, we match them and we can defy their own discipline. But then the Shroud gives them more might, so... And the Shroud prevents the Decree of Insight if they use it, right? So perhaps I needed to develop the Clockwork Seeker. But if I can leave the Yi exposed, I can Decree of Insight next turn, and then I have a chance. Maybe I need 3 Temporal Breach. Or like at least another one in the sideboard or something, because this card is cracked here. This card is what's giving me hope here. Fiora, okay. And they just pass. Interesting, very interesting. So I hold. If I play you, you cost 5, and then I can play Nasus as well. So this 5, this allows me to play Nasus for 4. So I think I play the Astro Heron here. I untap 2. And now my second card costs 2 less, so I can drop Nasus. I can pay 1, 2, 3, 4, and I can drop my boy Nasus. So we still know it's Shroud. Okay. Double crab. So still double punch first, discipline, shroud, and something else. Ding, ding, ding. Now I basically have 15, 22, 30 might. While I try to creep in on the other side. I need a watcher though.
Nani?
I'm gonna have to play this. Double Heron trigger. And now they go in with there. And we got the Watcher. Okay, we have the Watcher. They have double punch first. And discipline. We encountered the discipline. But with the punch first, there's a lot. So with the Watcher, I drop down to 1, 1, 1, 2, 1. So 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 plus 10, 16 might. I get a bigger reduction with the Watcher. Like, the Watcher costs 4 instead of 6 if I play my card beforehand. That gives me more play. So even though it makes sense to make use of Nasus, Nasus gives me a 2 mana reduction. The Astral Herons give me more. So I'm gonna pay 2. And I'm going to go for a Discipline here. And then I'm going to go for a Defy, because the way the Astral Heron works, actually that's fine. That gives him a +2 might boost, but that's okay, right? Because the way the Astral Heron works, if I play Defy, no, the Astral Heron hasn't resolved yet. Right? Heron is on resolution. So if I play a Defy, yeah, no, in this case it does work. Okay, so yes, I have to approve. Yeah, it's a good timing on them. So they capitalize on that against me. Yeah, but if I play Defy, then Defy and Discipline will resolve, which means I lose my window. So if I play Defy on them, then I lose my ability to get my... So if I play Defy, then... Yes, okay. So what I draw here is going to be really important. So she's at 9. Okay. So 12, 19 is I'm gonna lose to double punch first. Okay. So I'm gonna pay 1, 2, 3, 4. No, actually she gets a minus. No, it's fine because she goes down to 6. So she has 6, So now 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Thanks. 6, 7, 8, 10. 10 plus that, 20. So they beat us with that. So what we can do is we can ping away 3 of them and leave the Master Yi open by repeating this. So I'm going to go here, here, and here, and then I'm going to pay 2. And I'm going to leave this Master Yi open. And pass focus. No, Akali gets affected because she isn't targeted, but she's affected by the Watcher. Why kill the crabs? Just so that they have nothing to pump after. I know I give them information, but I want to clear his board. I did reveal my hand though. Got him! But I feel like clearing the board is more important. Okay. Okay. So the White Flame Protector, just absolute MVP there. Singularity is just struggling so much because they play Akali and that fucking Camel, man. That Camel's so annoying. Bellows feels important, but the not so fast also feels important. How important is the not so fast compared to the Bellows? Like, we only really played Bellows at the end there. I feel like 2 is enough. Because we can't... There's a lot of things that we can't hit. Fuck it. Let's go with this. I just don't like Siphoning Strike because it just gets hit by Defy and then I cry. I don't like 2 not so fast, but I do like 1 because they run quite a bit of removal. Oh my goodness, we found the Find Your Center. Oh wow, okay. I'm gonna drop these 2. I'm gonna try to finish for my big dudes. Okay, yep. Classic. That's tough. It's really tough. That's really tough. Ah. So tough. I may have to just Bellows to get rid of that, to be honest. So that I don't let them go to 4. But then they can play something in Star Springs and conquer there anyways, to be honest, so it's not like it prevents anything. Shit. See, this is where Wages of Pain is really important. I feel like us lacking that early game is definitely hurting us. I still think we don't go for the Bellows Breath because we need the energy for next turn. We did ramp, right? Oh! What just happened? Bro, why did I get logged out? What the fuck? What happened? Fuck! I mean, that was looking rough, to be honest. But I mean, it's not like it was lost, right? We had a Watcher play, and we could try to dive in a little bit, but we are lacking something, though. Like, our early game is rough, and getting in with Watcher, getting the battlefields back from Yi is easier said than done. I wouldn't say the game was lost. I do think Temporal Breach, I think White Flame Protector has been nothing short of amazing. But I do think we're lacking early game. The thing is, like, Wages of Pain doesn't make as much of a difference there because they just, realistically, like, they just defy that every time. But I could Wages of Pain on the initial attack and just get rid of the crab and prevent them from scoring, you know? Like, it can definitely make a difference. Third cat is good. Yeah, but the thing is, the cat is not helping me in the early game. I like the cat, but I think it's fine as a 2-of. The cat itself is not helping me where I'm most vulnerable. Like, I need to prevent my opponents from scoring points so easily on me. So I think the first thing that I'm going to do, the first thing that's a clear change to me, is I'm going to change the Sunken Temple for the Sigil of the Storm. I need to punish them. If they want to double conquer me, I need to punish them and slow down their mana generation. The thing is, the ramp is not as important when I'm going second. Like there, it allowed me to get to 9, right? And play Watcher and have backup, but I feel like maybe back off is a one-off. I need to stop that, exactly. I need some kind of interaction. I feel like Wages of Pain is it. I really like back off, but I think I need to take out one back off for a Wages of Pain, and I need to find a way to add in another one. The problem with Sprite Fountain is that it deramps me. I don't want to spend power early. That's why Wages of Pain is so good, because it gives me power. It gives me a gold token. No, White Flame has been stellar. White Flame is what won us, like, that second game against Yi. White Flame helps us in these, like, beefy mid-range matchups. Like, it's very strong. And I think I do drop a not so fast. I think that's what I gotta do. I mean, the not so fast is great, don't get me wrong, but I also have Temporal Breach. And I do want another not so fast in the sideboard, though. I definitely want that. The thing is, like, the Aurora matchup seems so scary, but maybe I just dropped a third Singularity. It's so strong. But a lot of these decks are playing, like, Akali and stuff. Because we already have the Temporal Breach. I do feel like Temporal Breach could be a 3 of, like, the card is cracked. Just one back off is gonna leave me exposed, I think, in some situations. Because I need to be able to defend. Temporal Breach feels so good. Like, I wish I could run 3, to be honest. What about the Otter 2-drop? I like the Clockwork Keeper for the draw. It's really clutch. The Otter is literally only good if I draw a turn 1. Time Warp is an option. I just feel like it's too greedy. It's hard to play, it's too greedy. I think Wages of Pain makes a difference in our early game. I already have a game plan against Aurora, but maybe I can drop a Decree of Insight. Man, losing the back off hurts, though, without a doubt. Losing the back off hurts. And Sigil of the Storm will hurt us in other matchups, because we will have to conquer it. Like against Aurora, is going to hurt us. I like the 2 back off a lot. Honestly, maybe Retreat is just a one-off. Like, I like the ramp, but I feel like Retreat is taking a big slot here. Like, the ramp is quite... The ramp is quite important. I'm expecting a lot of Aurora in Barcelona. That's why I have a specific sideboard for it. Like, a lot of my sideboard is designed for Aurora. I think I take out the other Singularity and I put a Not So Fast in the sideboard. Because I need this in the sideboard. I know that the Decree of Insight seems redundant, but this card is very important for the Aurora matchup. Because it allows me to kill their dragons. The Elder Dragon, like this card puts the Elder Dragon at range for a bunch of shit. Like, if I play Watcher into Decree of Insight, I can kill the dragon with the Bellows Breath. Right? It's a 3-card combo, I know, but I can also use Decree of Insight with the Steam Hierophant in that matchup and trade with the dragon. I can use it with the Siphoning Strike. I can use it with Singularity. Like, this card is really important, and that's going to be a matchup that I really want to be prepared for because it's supposed to be one of the worst. I missed the other back off here. I think I drop Retreat down to 1 and I go double back off, to be honest. The card has been performing really well for me. Like, even against Green Akali, it works. Okay, Kennen. What do I want against Kennen? I guess I just lead off with the Valmal's Lair. Paper Trio for when I go first. Okay, we have the Find Your Center. We have the Steel Pause, which we can play around alongside the other one. And we have a Watcher. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Oh. Oh, they go second. I didn't see that, but I mean, I just drop you then. I mean, now the Find Your Center is even better. There's the cannon. Oh, they hit a lightning rush. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Well, we just play this. This disarming ray can be very useful if they find the shovel. We keep our secret weapon here in the bench. Because this allows us to set up the Astro Heron on a battlefield, which is really nice. This is going to allow them to play this with flow, so for just one, if they want to. Heedless Resurrection, they played that for that, good. And the cannon begins. They find the Nocturne, okay. That leaves us exposed to a... Okay, so they're gonna try to protect there because they fear the pause. And that's good for us. That is good for us. That 2-drop there is not good for us. But we're going here. No Gust. We pay 7 and we play Astro Heron. We untap 2. And then we pay 1 power and we Premonition. They seem to be typing something. Draw 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, now we're cooking. Call of the week is a problem. Okay, so just 2. I think I can trigger the retreat here. Because this triggers the Astro Heron, allows me to play Discipline for free, and I can find the Defy, potentially. Retreat is very nice here. Shovel. Well, meet my rake. Wait. No, just in case they go for a call of the week. Because I could ramp here. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna go. For a free discipline. Cinema. No. Yeah, you can't. You ain't got no purple. You ain't got no mana. Free discipline, baby. We held the line. And now the rake here is sublime. Okay. There's the protector. There's the protector. Okay. Okay, Heron is in the battlefield. I repeat, Heron is in the battlefield. We have a massive, absolutely massive mana advantage, ladies and gentlemen. And we're only getting started. I believe... Oh, I believe... It's time for your homie Nasus. With the 2 deflect. They just cannot afford to interact with this motherfucker right now. Trigger Nasus. Untap 2. And now our Heron allows us to play the Disarming Rake over here for just 1. No power cost. Cinema. Cinema, 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 cinema. And then I'm gonna pay 1 to play this guy, and I'm gonna pay 1 blue power to hide a Wages of Pain to play some mind games. I'd like to play this, but I'm not gonna get greedy. With my... Because I could ramp with the Find Your Center, but right now I have a big advantage, so no point. Baron. Baron. They're playing Baron. Okay, they have the Heedless Resurrection. They probably play the Soul Gorger, so this is like the very greedy Kennen version. Which is a little bit scary for us, but we have the White Flame Protector. Who protects. Who protects. I need a Temporal Breach. I don't need it, but it would be really cool. In a pinch, I can hit myself with the Wages of Pain. I'm gonna let that happen. I can't really stop that, but, you know. I'm gonna let that happen. 1 to crack some games against Master. Oh, shit. The humble. The humble Polishman is here. Give me a little bit. I'm still like figuring the deck out. We can play some matches for sure. Oh, Ooh, oh, oh. Oh, the cinema here. Oh my god, bro. What do I even do? I have so many options. But I just feel like there's no world in which we don't drop this motherfucker here. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Oh, I can play a Watcher if I want to. My next card costs 4 less, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not get too cocky. There's like a star cross waiting to happen, but they can't play it on an asses. That's the beautiful. Like this guy is so underrated. Like the 2 deflect on this asshole is insane. It's actually insane. What? Okay, well, I think I'm just playing a Watcher. Fuck it. 1, 2, 3. 3-mana Watcher. In the bench. And then my homie Nasus comes in. And attacks. With the 2 deflect. The 2 deflect on this guy is such a big deal. Let's get rid of the crab at this point. Oh! 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 What about this disarming? I may need this guy for later, so I'm gonna bring him to the bench. I think 14 is fine here. Let's just spread out. Not overcommit anywhere, but with 2 of these, I play Premonition for free. Ladies and gentlemen, for free. Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry, yeah, you're right. I can't bring this back. Sorry, can't bring Rake back. I derped. You're right. I can't do that. That's an illegal play. Okay. Barbara is pretty decent here. Gives me a 4-drop to play on curve. Well, not on curve exactly, but you know what I mean. Like, I feel like another source of gear hate that's better statted will serve us well. Siphoning Strike is also really good here. It kills Kennen and Nocturne. And they don't have to Fi. What about Bellows Breath? I don't think the second Bellows Breath is important. The not so fast could be clutch, but for now I think we're going second. Wages of Pain can stop some early attacks, so I think I should keep it. Singularity is cracked here. Singularity is absolute bonkers here. Back off is kind of important. Okay, let me think. We're going second. This is the game where we drop that. Because we're going second, I think I can drop a Clockwork Keeper for the Barbara. And I do like the Wages of Pain, right? It can stop an early attack. Going second, it can be decent. I'm not taking the not so fast. Like, I need some disruption. Like, they're purple. They're going to have shit. Defy's going to be more important, but if they play Rebuke and stuff, like, I need that as a one-off. Back off could be important. Temporal Breach is going to be important. Maybe I take out 1 back off. It's good, though. It's pretty good. And I can't go too low on units because then Cold Weak hurts. Yeah, this is tricky. What do I take out? I think I'm going to take out a back off. I may regret it, but I'm going to take it out. And we're going second, so we go Sigil of the Storm. Game keeps getting better. Okay, so we got double Find Your Center. We can... Double ramp sounds nice, but we need to have some plays to accommodate that. The discipline is always nice. Maybe the not... I mean, the not so fast with the Nasses. If we play the Nasses... It's one of the skis where if it ain't broken, don't fix it, but I feel like I can go without a discipline. Oh, they go second? I didn't even realize that. Holy shit. I mean, would I have mulliganed differently at the end? Because Find Your Center is more relevant going first. It's just not a card you mulligan, I think. Like, just building up the runes is really important. I like my homie Drake there. I'm just gonna play this. Because I don't want this to get hard bargained. So I'm gonna play it now. I got my bro, the Astro Heron there. The problem is a cold a week kind of like really fucks me. A cold a week is problematic, to say the least. This Shadow Temple is also annoying. What the fuck? A Doran's Ring? What the fuck is that? Okay, so they got the gears. Wait, what? Why did you wait? Why? Oh, it's because that's what this does, right? I mean, it's when you conquer, but sure, yeah, okay. I mean, it's not like I was gonna stop that. Yeah, Doran's Ring. No problem. No problem. Goes through. So they discard double. Okay. So they're getting rid of all their artifacts here. I'm worried about a cold a week, man. Am I getting cold? This is perhaps dropping the 2-drop was a mistake. But if it's like a Starcross or something else, then my not so fast does it. But the cold a week is what scares me here. What the hell is it? Okay, it's a cannon. It's a cannon, but the Sigil of the Storm is gonna really slow them down. They got rid of 2 seals. That's pretty good. Let's pray for no cold a week. Don't call me. Yeah. Don't call me. Don't you call me, man. Don't do that. Don't do it. I don't have my defy, bro. Please stop. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So, woof. Double stack deck. Okay. Why do I feel like this call is happening? If they call the week, I'm just gonna have to send in the Watcher. Leave my bird alone. Leave my bird alone on Super Serial. Stop. Don't you fucking dare. Yeah, this is an argument for... No, yeah, you've already conquered there, bro. The Sigil's putting in the work here. What the fuck is that? 2 purple? 2 purple. Oh. Okay, so floating 2 energy. Okay. Rake. Rake, you got some work to do. You got some work to do, bro. I cannot clear this board even with a Watchers here. See, this is where back off is amazing. I gotta think for a moment. He's low on runes. I gotta capitalize on that. I gotta get rid of this as well. Like, there's no universe in which I don't get rid of this. This Sigil of the Storm was phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal here. Okay, so... Double Bird could discourage them from going in. If I play Double Bird, I have the ability to play... I mean, I want to play the Disarming Rake anyway, so I actually don't think I play the other bird there. So I pay 5, I pay 1, I have 3 mana left, which allows me to do that and go for a Bellows Breath. Maybe it is worth to play Double Bird just because I can clear their attackers. No, because I want to drop you as well. So let's go here. I think Nasus is probably the play. Instead of the Astro Heron. Just because they can't really deal with Nass as well. And next turn I'm probably going to Watch her instead. No, I probably still play this Heron in the bench. And if I go for... No, if I drop the Disarming Rake here, actually, I have 9 might. If I go for a Bellows Breath on these two... If I go for a Bellows Breath on these two, then I drop them down to 8, and I'm able to trade them both off. So I think that makes sense, and I still preserve this in the back. I think we just go Bird, and we untap 2. And then we get to pay 1, and we get to play Disarming Rake here, and we bop this. And then I play 1, and I drop this mean motherfucker here. And I call that a turn. Though if they happen to trigger the cannon, they'll be able to save one of them. But I still can kill their own cannon as well. There's plays that I got going on here. Okay. So if I do boom, 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 so we do 8. 4, okay, so right now with 9, we only get to clear these 2. But if we play the Bellows Breath, let me think about this. So let me think about this. Thinking. So if I hit these 2, is there a reason to spread out the other way? Because right now I dealt 6 damage here. This is 10, 13 might. If I deal 6 damage, I drop it down to 7. So even if they somehow... Yeah, I can still kill the cannon, worst case scenario, okay. Just guarantees that I get rid of these. And they have a rebuke. I have a free not so fast. A star cross would have been different. No. But preventing the conquer from this is nice. The bellows basically takes a lot out of their juice. To be honest, a Starcross in response there would have been able to deny me a lot, but it's not the end of the world because I have the Watcher after. So it's fine. Like I would have been able to, like I would have been okay with that. Did they do something? What do you mean, forgot I was attacking? Oh. Well, then you're cooked. Okay, what we're gonna draw? We're gonna draw the crab. 9 energy. We can bring this. We have the not so fast, so we can just go in with you, right? Like, there's no reason to drop the Watcher this turn because with this color combination, they don't really have many ways to pump in their turn. So we just bring you in. I mean, unless they equip that, but then they would keep consuming power and we would want them to do that. So we just bring you here, we trade with that, and then we're in the battlefield. We get to drop Nasus, basically. Can we play Nasus in that? Nasus costs us 6 with this. So 6 leaves us with 3. Our next play, no. No, it doesn't really accomplish much. We get to play a Scuttlecraft for free, I guess. I mean, we're not in a huge hurry, we're just stabilizing. We didn't really end up using the second Find Your Center. I wonder if, like, mulliganing one of them is key. I think maybe there's an argument for mulliganing one of them. I think we only need one of them, right? Because aside from, like, I mean, it can help us in some situations to ramp and stuff, but I'm pretty much tapping out. We got another Steel Paws here, and then we have the Premonition. Okay. Did I get rated, by the way? I've been so focused on the games, I feel that's embarrassing. Who rated me? I meant Master Yi, not Master as in good player. And I read that now from Sylvain. Most interactive streamer right here. Nithiel, thank you so much for the raid. I did not see that. I was in the middle of the game and I just did not know. I need to increase my volume. I just did not hear that. I'm sorry. The worst streamer of all time, XDD. It's true though. Thanks for the game, Mogwai. First night on Atlas. Thanks to your video. My Kennen deck is still pretty rough. Ah, it was you, GG, man. I mean, it's a more greedy version. I think the problem that I see is that you're playing Nocturne with, like, Baron and all that. Like, if you pop off, you pop off. But if you don't find your seals, it's gonna be tough, you know? Because you're consuming a lot of power. I also think you play a few too many gears. The shovel is phenomenal. Like, the shovel is definitely a must. I'm not sure about the other ones. Because they're consuming power. And then you end up with, like, not being able to even play the Soul Gorger, right? Hi, man. How is testing going? It's going pretty good. We did struggle against Master Yi. We didn't get to finish the game because the game just crashed on me, but I made a recent change. My early game is still sus, but the deck seems pretty good at stabilizing. My Kennen deck is the truth. Let's take a look at it. Zon, Minefield, Valley of Idols. Interesting. I guess it works with the Rasas, right? Like, you pumped up to 7. And that could be quite relevant. Oh, okay. Oh, Albus Pharaohs. And you get the buffs from Rally the Troops, and you play Tentacle, Etchy Tentacle card. You have Call to Glory. And you said when you play me, spend any number of buffs. So the only issue that I see with this deck, personally, is that you only have one card that gives you buffs. In the Valley of the Idols game, you pop off, right? But after that, like, you struggle, like, if you don't draw Rally the Troops, you're not really buffing shit. It's spicy. For sure. But I mean, you're also Kennen, so you can Lightning Rush and stack deck to find the Rally the Troops. You can even play it from your discard pile with Kennen, potentially. So, even though it's only 3 cards, this deck is quite good at finding them, right? Looks pretty dope. Yeah, I feel Nocturne's a little greedy with it. I would suggest that, because Nocturne is good in a lot of Kennen decks, though I do see a lot of top players like actually dropping it due to consistency issues. But I believe because of the high curve of your deck, you probably want to let go of the Nocturnes, and you should let go of a lot of the equipments as well. I think you keep the shovel, but you drop the Doran's Ring and you drop the boots. And you try to take a little bit of pressure from your power plays. That way you can curve out a little bit better. You know, even though you place 3 seals, the core naturally consumes the seals to begin with, right? Like your Chosen Champion, your Rasas, your Fizz, Ride the Wind. What? Because if you're playing Baron, you play Ride the Wind, right? Did you change your opinion on your early tier list? Yeah, I underestimated the fuck out of Nasus. 1000%. Like, I thought he was gonna be terrible. And I was very wrong. This is actually no Spellsonger. It synergizes with Nasus, the Cat, Heron, Tasty Feyfolk. Yeah, but it synergizes with like those cards that you're mentioning. Like, I've yet to empower Nasus. What I like about Nasus, and the reason why I think this Chosen Champion is actually very underrated, is the Deflect 2. Deflect 2 is a big deal. Like, if you want to rebuke this guy, it's going to cost you 4 power. And decks usually can't afford to play like that. You want to start cross them, 3 power. Like, you get to play him for effectively 6 energy, right? So, he's a really good 6-drop. Deflect 4 with Spellsonger, yes. But I also don't, like... The synergies are just not strong enough. Because with the Cat, it's just like, okay, when I empower the Cat, yeah. But I have to drop the Spellsonger, and then I have to... And then I have to wait for a turn, and then I have to empower it, then I have to consume a power to equip it. and I get like Deflect 2, and like the payoff is nice, but this deck, the problem this deck has is not really like, once we get going, we get going. The problem is generally getting there. Like, we're most vulnerable in the early game, so we don't really need more cards that enhance our shit once we get going. We need cards that help us stay alive and not get turboed. That's why I added Wages of Pain. I really wanted to add this card. Like, the fact that you don't see Spellsonger in Akali decks is a big tell about how reliable the card actually is, because it makes a lot more sense in that deck, because you equip it onto Jhin and you just pop off. You equip it onto Stellacorn and you draw a million cards. Lonely Poro is great for that. Yeah, Lonely Poro could... Like, I like the Clockwork Keeper because of the synergy with the immediate draw that it provides us with the Astro Heron. But Lonely Poro could end up being just better. Yeah, people underestimated the Deflect too. Like, it's a big deal. This is a big body that you can't really chain spells onto. And if you rebuke this, like, you blow out your runes, right? So I think this guy is, like, always having access to a big body that just is hard to interact with is helpful. This guy's a lot better than the other guy's just terrible. Like, the 5-drop Nasus, like, I do not believe in that. Maybe in a version where you're running, like, a bunch of removal spells and stuff, but even then, I don't see it. Like, you're playing this guy for effectively 1 more energy compared to the other Nasus, and the Deflect 2 is such a big deal. If you need better late, run Clockwork. If early, run Poro. I mean, I kind of need better early, to be honest. But it is nice to be able to drop the Clockwork and draw a card. But how good is that, to be honest? Maybe a bit more. I know Steel Paws is not a 3 of. I see a lot of people playing 3 copies of this card, and I know that it's not a 3 of. It's expensive. Even though it's 5 energy, it's still expensive to empower him. He's good because he allows you to pressure stuff like Vex, right? Like, you can develop him prior. Like, I do like him. I think he's a lot better than some people may think he is, just because you can just drop him at any moment, and the next turn you have a very strong attacker that you can enable, and you can bypass stuff like Vex. So that's why I play 2. I like 2 over like, I don't want to play 3 of the other 2-drop, but Lonely Poro could be better here. I drop Retreat down to 1. Generally with this deck, what I notice is that you need 1 ramp. You don't need more. You need a ramp for when you're going first, because it allows you to go to 7 on turn 3. So I drop Retreat down to 1 to complement the Find Your Center, but to be honest, it could be important to get a second one, but I feel like Wages of Pain really fucking help us. You can never drop it early and pay because it messes up your path to the rooms. Yeah, like I think the Clockwork could be taken out for Lonely Poro, to be honest. Because the draw early makes a big difference. Lonely Poro is also just better into matchups like Victor, which can be problematic. Though Bellows Breath really helps against Victor. What about Sprite Queen? She's a 7 and a pain for aggro decks. She's a consideration, but right now I like Tasty Faithfolk more. I actually think Sprite's Queen is a bit... she's a bit slow. Like, she's constantly giving you that, that body, right? But I think at that stage of the game, you actually need more might. Like, I'd rather drop a bigger body. I mean, you can play her to hold, and she's like 9 might. No, yeah, she's 9 might for holding, actually. Maybe she's better than Tasty Faithfolk. I'm very impressed with the White Flame Protector. Like, I really like trying this card out. Like, it's been performing really well. It does so good into Master Yi and stuff like that. I used to run Heron and Premonition combo, but it just felt low-key clunky. It could end up being the case, yes. I'm on this list now and it feels amazing. We want to check out. I'm still not sure what is the best for Nasus. So you're playing Emperor's Days and Protective Sands. When you conquer here, if you control 4 or fewer runes, you may pay 1 to draw 1. So a lot of counters, back off, 2 retreats. I don't like the... I mean, I do like the... With the students, the Stupefies make sense. To be honest. Like, they do make sense. And Protective Sands... What are you using the Emperor's Days for? I mean, giving you extra bodies, I get it. You can bounce the Scuttle Crab, but is it really helping that much? Emperor's Days is to loop Scuttle every game in the kitty. Yeah, but do you need to be spending mana to score early? I like Emperor's Days and Master Yi because you get a 4-might defender. But I can't say I like it here personally. I feel like the battlefield is going to benefit other decks more than it benefits you. The Protective Sands is interesting because when you play this going first, you conquer and then you like going first, you can conquer, you can draw a card, and you can still play your Find Your Center or your Retreat. Like, I do think this one is interesting. But it requires you to have a strong amount of 2-drops, which you do. I mean, you have 9, right? You have the student is actually compelling. The student is certainly compelling. Because you have the Stupefies and the Disciplines, you know, like you have a lot. Like you have enough to enable it quite well. The Sanction is also... It's interesting. Turn to Dust for the Aurora. I don't like the Paper Train Altar of Blood. I don't like the Altar of Blood. I think the Altar of Blood is sus as hell. I never liked that one, but I do like the Paper Tree. I very much like the Paper Tree. Paper Tree feels like one of the best ones just because because you guarantee a ramp, because as long as you have an early play, you go into it, and if they kill it, they're gonna be holding, which means you're gonna make use of the, like, it's a free ramp, which is really important. Premonition is really good in Nasus because of the combo with the... Oh, I see. You're not playing Astro Heron. I really like Astro Heron. It is clunky sometimes, especially like I feel like into Starcrossed, it can be very dangerous. Triple Defy definitely helps. Fiora. Let's go with the Valmall there. Okay, a game where we actually go first. Nice. Wages of Pain is interesting. It can be useful. Defy can be useful as well, but I'm not sure how useful it is early on. I think I can mulligan. I have 3 of them. I think I can also mulligan the Discipline, to be honest. Like, I do like the Steel Paws. So I can try to find my ramp, which we do. Very nice. So they buff Monkey. They buff Monkey. I think we just ramp here. We find the Heron. The deflect on the Steel Paws is really nice because we can use it to essentially play our Astro Heron. And then we can play Premonition. And we can potentially hide the Wages of Pain to trigger that. Thanks. They go for a Rampage though, okay. Deflect. Okay, so they knock out that, alright. I still feel like we developed the Astro Heron here. The Wages of Pain could be nice, but what I also like about the Wages of Pain is that we can hide it, and that can allow us to trigger our Astro Heron more efficiently. We're just gonna drop the Astro Heron on tap 2, call it a turn. It's hard for them to kill this Astro Heron as a Fiora player. Like, they have to challenge it, which means they have to pump like crazy. Even if they have a punch first, like, they will not be able to do it. They're just gonna drop that there. Okay. It's a strong... I think the Singularity is biting the dust here. Oh, wait, what? What do you hit? He's like, hey! Did you get to do more than see your hand? Singularity. Okay, well, we drew another one because we're just that good at the game. We gotta enable this, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta enable this turn. Like, there's no question about it. We gotta go here, pass focus, and what are we gonna do? I think we're just gonna Discipline, to be honest. I think we're just gonna Discipline. Can we afford to drop oh my god, we can actually afford to drop a Watcher and Singularity them. Oh my god, that's disgusting. How do they even accelerate into us and knock us out? I don't feel that happens ever. I don't see that happening. Actually, no, they can Rengar me. They can Rengar me, so never mind. That was a bit sus on my part. I just didn't want to burn my runes there, but maybe that was just greedy of me, to be honest. Never punished. When this guy attacks, he can stun me. But I can Wages of Pain this motherfucker. And what if I just drop a Nasus, bro? What if I just drop a Giga Chat Nasus on the board here and I keep... Or maybe I bring in... the Watcher here. No, the Watcher, I can make some plays with the Watcher. So I can drop the Nasus here. Trigger my Nasus, untap 2, and then pay 1 and play Premonition. Draw like a madman. Oh, cinema. Oh, absolute cinema. Oh my goodness. I still kind of like the Wages of Pain though. But no, I like the Temporal Breach. Are you kidding me? This Temporal Breach is ridiculous. Because I can stop the stun. I can counter the stun. And I have all this. If they play Riposte, I could be in trouble, but I kind of want to play this guy. There's a back off, so I should have done that first. I mean, I got a lot of might, bro. The Witches of Pain was nice there, though, because I can hit the cannon. But Repose is always a possibility. What the fuck is that? Oh my goodness. Bringing in the big dudes. Oh, do they have like Elder Dragon, bro? Do they have Elder Dragon? Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a problem if they have Elder Dragon. Which makes Temporal Breach quite important. I kind of need to deal with this, but I've already played my Singularity here. Like, Elder Dragon is a problem. They can't hit me next turn with Elder Dragon, though. I mean, if this dies, yes, they can. So I kind of need to respect that, to be honest. I need to respect that thing's authority. I think I want to bring Nasus back. Because I could try to empower him. It's a greedy ass play, but if this dies and I conquer with Nasus, that's such a threat. We gotta factor in Riposte. We gotta factor in a lot of things. If they play Elder Dragon, so be it, but I'm gonna bring my Nasus back, because at least they'll burn like 1,000,000 runes doing so. So I think I'm okay with this. I'm gonna play another Astro Heron. And I get to play something for free here. The funny thing is, I don't really have anything. If one of these comes here, like I can actually surprise them with Wages of Pain, and that can be annoying for them. We got some card cycling here, but I don't want to waste these cards. Elder Dragon is like the biggest problem, which makes me want to hold on to my Temporal Breach so I can counter it hitting whatever it hits here. I can stun the Rift Herald if it goes in. If the Rift Herald goes to the other side, then that's fine. We gotta keep in mind riposte is likely. Yeah, Elder Dragon is definitely scary. Scuttle was free? No, I played Premonition before that. Punch first. Oh, wow, okay. Okay. Okay, approved, yeah. Okay, so they do that there. Yeah, no, that works. Rip Nessus. So now they should attack here first to heal this. Or they could just want this to die. But okay, they have Rengar. They can no longer play Elder Dragon. That's the thing. They can no longer play Elder Dragon because they don't have the power for it. So I'm going to try to... temporal breach this. To bait out the riposte. Okay, wait. Yeah, no, I'm okay with that. I triggered the Astro Heron. So we play the back off here for free, and we get to stun this. So they're a bit confused because they basically, yeah, they don't realize that yes. When temporal resolved, both herons were on battlefield, so they triggered. Then one died in the combat following. It's a trigger. This is 100% how it works. It's a trigger. It's a trigger. So because both of them were on the battlefield when the trigger resolved, I get the cost reduction. It doesn't matter that one died in the combat after. The trigger has already happened. Because temporal was the first card. Temporal triggered the herons. I have to play one card for the trigger to happen. It's the second card played in a turn that gets reduced. We draw. Oh, look at that premonition. Oh, look at that premonition. Oh, this Astral Heron needs to survive at all costs. At all costs! He must live. You guys saw the temporal breach there? Countered a punch first. It was worth 8 might. That temporal breach was worth 8 might. Cinema. Oh, you're not gonna rampage me, are you? You're not gonna ramp. No way. Oh, we are at 6, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna bop this board. 1, 2, do. Clean up. And then I play Premonition for free. For free. GG no re. Me did it. I kinda. This is 7, 2, 3. I don't. With discipline, I can kill you. I play you and draw more cards. Bum ba da dum bum 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 ba dum ba da dum. I kind of get to trade with that. How do I reach these kids? How do I fucking do it, man? I mean, just having these 2 on the board just deters that. Even if they have a punch first, they need a lot more than that. I have a defy, I have all the things. So, I think plus like 2 disciplines plus this should knock that out. I don't need to invest more into that, so I'm gonna go for a retreat. Just gonna bounce this back, channel a rune, and then I'm gonna play you again. Oh boy. Here we go again. Here we go again. Got him. Siphoning strike, pretty good here, to be honest with you. Disarming rake should theoretically be good. I mean, Decree of Insight. I do like a Barbara. We haven't seen it. There's no way they don't play weapons. It's Fiora. Come on. Singularity is top. I don't know what the fuck to take out. I guess I'm not so fast. I mean, not so fast is decent, but I have the means to. I have defies and stuff. The problem is I'm kind of like adding a lot, and I don't know what the fuck to take out. That's the problem, because I want the stuns. I think the not so fast, to be honest. I'm going second, so I guess... a Clockwork. Decree of Insight, I mean, how many of their attackers are actually, like, a lot of their attackers are yellow. It's not that great into Fiora, to be honest. It can be good against Rengar. But aside from Rengar, like what other orange unit like set? I do like it as a one-off, but I'm not gonna bring two because Fiora is deceptively yellow. Like her chosen champion is yellow. I do like the siphoning strike though. Is this decree actually good? Not sure it is. I like everything else, so I'm actually not going to go with the decree. Bringing the sigil. Not insane against Fiora, but not terrible, I guess. Okay, so I mean, I do like that 1,000 tail Watcher. I'm going second, so the ramp is not as important. I'm going to keep the Watcher. I'm going to drop a Defy and the Retreat, and I'm going to draw another Defy, and I'm going to draw Heron. And at least I got this guy. It's something. No, this is where I would like the... This is where I would like... Like, the retreat was nice, but the Watchers is really good here. Okay, so they're gonna buff, okay, so they're gonna move that guy back, and they're threatening to... Okay. That protects them from a... Ah, this rake is not good, bro. This feels bad. Maybe the rake is the problem. I'm not seeing any gears, so maybe the rake... I feel like there should be some gears, but maybe they don't play them. That would be weird, but maybe they don't. Oh, this rake, like a Barbara would have been really good here. I think I should have taken out the rake, because now if this was a Decree of Insight instead, I have some plays. Now I'm getting turboed here a little bit. They're gonna go for the Rampage. I have to let that happen. They're clearly afraid of this thing. And I'm gonna play Heron next turn anyway, so I'm gonna let that happen. I have double Defy, but I'm gonna let that happen. The Sigil of the Storm putting in the work here, though. Holy crap. We're going to drop you. Tap Nasus, untap 2, call it a turn. I just really like the Astral Heron as well, because I drop a 7 might unit and I don't have to pay. The fact that he costs no power is so nice. The 0 power is so nice. Okay. Hidden card, hidden blade. I can counter that. No, actually they just did that. Okay, so punch first is problematic. I think this is the turn we Watcher. I think going for premonition now is bait. I think we have to play Watcher. I don't want to play more. Okay, so I'm going to defy this. So that they don't get information on me. And this way we trigger the Heron. Which allows us to play back off and defy. They could have a riposte though. Yep. And now this premonition is kind of dead. Yeah, this rake has done nothing. Like, they really don't play artifacts, do they? This turn is awkward because we burned so much runes. Like, the Sigil of the Storm kind of like worked against us now. I kind of like, I don't want them to just like double conquer me here and go to 7, so I think I want to preserve the Watcher here. We couldn't stop them going to 6, unfortunately. Fiora goes down. I'd love to see a Singularity. I would really like to see a Singularity here. Singularity would be quite safe. What if we because Punch First is very menacing. If I pay 7, I can do that. Okay, so you know what? Let's drop this guy first, see what we draw. That's not it. That's not it, Chief. If I go for this, like, I actually don't have the runes next turn. Like, well, no, I do have the runes to bop them with this. Shit. I feel like I need to try to find something to hide here. Oh, this feels so bad. But I gotta do it. 1, 2, 3. Okay. They're gonna just go here and double up on me. Not good. Not sure how I stopped this here. Yeah, I can't stop that. Okay. So he's 3. If I pay 4 and I pay 1, I'm surprised I didn't like stay in with that. I guess I should not have hidden this, to be honest. I think hiding this was a mistake. But to be fair, they should have held with everything. What can I possibly draw here? This battlefield was clutch. Well, GG. Next one. Okay, so they don't play any, like, they definitely don't play any of that shit. Decree of Insight would have been good there, to be honest. I think we just bring it in. And we go with that. Like, I haven't seen any equipment in 2 games, so I'm gonna drop both of those. We have, I mean, the White Flame Protector. Dropping 2 big units is rough. But I really, really want to have, like, an early play. They empower that, okay. I'm gonna play this, ramp, and draw. We find another Watcher, which is nice. Okay, buff over there, alright. And another big bow unit there. Okay, so this is interesting, because I could just Siphoning Strike here, and then go for a Bellows Breath in the bench. Isn't that kind of better? Or I could just Conquer here and go for a Bellows Breath there. That's better. Go here, tap Nasus, untap 2, and then I get to play Bellows Breath repeated. Cinema. Absolute fucking cinema. One could argue like triple Bellows would have been nice, but Singularity, where you at? My sweet summer child, Singularity, where you at? Sure. Do I want to just, do I want to lose the discipline? What if I draw something better? Yeah, what if I draw a Defy? I want to cycle through my deck. I want to make sure I don't lose the discipline. Oh. Oh. Big mistake. Oh, you idiot. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm a papega. I should just let him take my discipline, bro. Oh my god, what was I thinking? I play Nasus. Tap Nasus. And then for 1, I'm going to play the Find Your Center. Channel 1, draw 1. That's pretty good, but I think for now we just quite simply retreat to the back line. Yep. Not going to be exposed here to a powerful attack. I have a Siphoning Strike. And I'm not afraid to use it. Okay, they double conquer. I can retaliate like crazy here, though. I have a Watcher. Okay, probably should have done that before going in. So, Siphoning Strike out. I mean, they must have some plays. So I think we just, we forsake you this turn. We play this. Tapping 1 more and 1 blue to accelerate. Prove. Drops them to 4, okay. We tap Nasus to untap 2 runes. I have 6. I have 6. So we gotta play around a punch first. What about double punch first? We just send in all the power here, right? Like, I'm gonna go here. With 7 might. Conquer, trigger this, tap 1, draw a card. I like that defy there. And then I'm gonna go with 15 might. 15 might beats double punch first. It's pure size, pure power. It's 1 punch first, approved. Pass focus. My boy Nasus is gone, but we conquer and we go to 4. And that's it for me. Cinema. Cinema, cinema, Elder Dragon. I mean, I was gonna go back with everything. I was gonna go back. Like, there's no reason for me to stay here. Like, they're not threatening anything, so I just go back with everything. I just develop. I can actually, like, I can pay 5. I can pay 5 and untap with this. And then I can empower my Steel Paws. I don't really need to empower my Steel Paws, to be honest. Like, at this point, I just cycle, draw, Doltifies. But that giving them that singularity was so... Oh my goodness. Okay. That second game felt rough, though. Like, there are moments where we are vulnerable. We haven't really made great use of Wages of Pain so far, to be honest. We made a mistake hiding it that game, though. We definitely made a mistake hiding it, because, like, they were just gonna attack the other side, and then I just give them that. So... They made a mistake, though. Like, they should have gone all in with, because if I drop the Watcher, right, they have the stun, so they also misplayed there. But we are prone to just getting tempoed, and if our opponent goes to 6, we struggle. I mean, the plan generally is to be able to hold in one of the 2 battlefields, let them go to 7 and stall the game out, and then come back, right? But there's decks that are capable of a lot of power. And the premonition felt like a liability. The moment we lost the Herald. It's felt amazing every single other time, but we kinda need to focus on prioritizing it. When we play Astral Heron, like, if we have premonition, we have to play it as fast as possible, because if we lose the Heron, the card is just, like, really bad. Has the premonition stuff felt like overkill? I tried a bit this build and it seemed a bit sketchy. I'm a big fan of Singularity plus Heron instead. I mean, we play Singularity. Premonition may be bait, to be honest. I can see a world, like, it just feels so good when you play it. It just feels really good when you play it. But I also think that... It's awesome when it goes off, but you can basically never play it for full price. Yeah, that's my issue with it. And if we need card draw, can't we just, like... How much worse is a Consult the Past, right? I mean, the payoff is that it's card draw that we can activate immediately for 1 power, but it's just 1 more draw than Consult the Past. I mean, 1 more draw makes a big difference, right? But it's also a card that, like, if we don't have the Heron, it's just dead. What are your main uses for Temporal? Quite a few of them. Obviously, it combos with the Watcher, but it can also combo with the Drake, and it can combo with the White Flame Protector. That's a combination that I really like. And I think it's very overlooked. It's basically +8 might with the White Flame Protector. It can stop, like, generally when players attack into us, they need to buff things, right? Like, they generally need to enhance their attack somehow, and punch first, you know, etc. And this card undoes that. It also counters removal. Like, it can just be a not so fast. Like, if they try to Starcrust me or rebuke me, I can just Temporal Breach, and I counter that because I respawn the unit. It's extremely flexible. It's very reliable. It's a very powerful card. The problem that I have with Consult the Past over, like, Premonition is that I can't hide it and hide Temporal Breach at the same time. Why no Vile Maul? Because it doesn't really do much for us. If our opponents are attacking into us, something is going to be really big. And it makes us even weaker to Starcrossed. So I dislike the card a lot here. Do you think 3 TTW is too much? No, definitely not. This card is everything. This is one of the reasons to play Nasus. Like, being able to play this accelerated for just 6 energy is insane. On top of that, the synergy with Temporal Breach is amazing. This card allows us to take battlefields no matter what. Like, the deck revolves around him. I've seen versions run 2. I think that's madness. I think you play 3. I think Watcher is a key component. Because you also, if you draw too many big units, you have to be comfortable mulliganing a Watcher, and because you have 2 more in the deck, you're not too concerned about not finding another one. White Flame Protector has been really good. Like, it turns our little critters into, like, massive attackers, and the fact that we can combo it off with Temporal Breach against, like, beefy mid-range decks, it puts in the work. Right now, the biggest weakness is just our opponents scoring too quickly on us. You know, like first mate shenanigans, you know, like just decks with Sprite Fountain, right? Like decks that can just go turbo on us. That's why I feel like Wages of Pain is necessary, because especially for games, you know, we're going second and we don't find your center, and it's not that important in that game. And what's also really important about Wages of Pain that I really like is that I can play Wages of Pain, and then I can play, if I go to 6, like if I'm going first, right? I maybe play a 2-drop or whatever. The next turn, I don't have a play, but I have Wages of Pain. I can Wages of Pain their attacker to try to conquer. And with the gold, I can play Singularity on turn 3 without losing my ability to play a 7-drop on turn 4. That's why I really like this card. The gold actually matters. Being able, it's just there to kill an early attacker. Like if this card goes through early, it can potentially prevent 2 points. Because the problem is when they attack with their little critters, they not only do they conquer on us, they get to hold with them as well, and that's how they turbo us, right? Like, we need to be able to stop. I feel like the deck may require even more tools. But I also feel like if I take the card draw out from Premonition, like, I actually run out of gas. Rockfall, I think, is bait. Like, the combo with Temporal Breach is appealing, but it's also inherently very limiting. I like the flexibility of Temporal Breach. I like the ability to be able to counter, like, a bounce. Something that's targeting my unit. And with Rockfall Path, I can't do that. I also can't develop more units onto the lane directly where I place my Astro Heron. And if my opponent is smart, they apply pressure on the other battlefield, so I can't access it. And then I'm stuck with a battlefield where I can't develop more units to defend. So I really dislike it. It goes against what we're doing. If the gold is good, would Plundering Portal fit in the deck? I've considered it. I have actually considered it. What about the wolf? I have considered the wolf as well, yes. I have actually considered it. The Frostcoat Mother. Because it gives me a 3-drop that can eat up a 2-drop. Like if my opponent develops into, like, goes 2-drop into 4-drop, I can just bring her in and I can chow out, I can chow up their 2-drop, and it acts as a Wages of Pain. And it translates over, like, to the late game, right? If I manage to go up to 10 runes, then I can just empower her for 2 energy, and she's 6 might, and a 6 might is very relevant at that stage. I've liked lecturing Yordo as a 3-drop. I'm not crazy about that because we don't have... Like, we do have the White Flame Protector, and it combos well with that, but that's just like a one-off in our deck. And it's just too weak. If I want 3-drops that can kill 2-drops. So, they have to be 3 might. Yeah, I tried Frostcoat Mother yesterday, and she didn't feel amazing is the thing, right? Like, in theory, she helps, but we have quite a few games where we actually get stuck on like 8 runes or 9, and empowering her for 3. I mean, empowering her for 3 energy is not bad. I do feel like she can help us a bit. But if I remove the Premonition and I don't replace it with other card draw, because Premonition has been clutch. If you empower her for 3, you get 2 back from Nasus. Wait, what? Wait, really?
Nutty.
Jorge. ¿Se dice así? ¿Jorge? ¿Te puedo llamar Jorge? Jorge me suena raro. Jorge. Es que Jorge me derrite el cerebro un poco, tío. I'm speaking a little Spanish now. Shout outs to Jorge. Thank you so much for the raid, buddy. This guy is a part of the squad in the National Clash tournament thing that I was talking to you guys about. He was handling the stream and the casting and everything. I love the stream. I watched most of it. Vi la mayoría, pero sinceramente la partida de Rumble se hizo un poco larga. Me fui por la mitad, no te voy a mentir. Era muy tarde. Pero me vi el resto. Y me lo pasé súper bien. Hiciste un trabajo cojonudo. Okay, so I can speak in English. It's not okay. Okay, so you know. Okay, good. Yeah, so like I told you guys, I'm actually playing tomorrow again. I thought I was only playing once, but I'm playing tomorrow as well with Ari, and we'll see how we do. We're playing against Aurora Poppy. Gonna have to turbo their ass. Did you check out the 2027 article yet? No, if you could link it to me. I think I saw something about it, but I only grazed, like I didn't actually look into it. Do you already play with the gold generating battlefield? Might be worth a try if you sometimes lack runes in late game. Okay, wait, I want to pause here because I did not know. I did not know that the Frostcoat Mother always triggers Nasus. That changes things. That changes things. Let me check this out. Hello, Riftbounders. A planned feature of this second state of the game of each year is that this will be the moment we begin to look ahead to next year's booster releases and share the linears, that I'm dyslexic, and share the year's lineup, at least as far as we're able to share. Here's a look at the sets we're cooking up for players in 2027. Okay, so we got Riftbound Legacy. I assume this Legacy is this probably, can I zoom into this? I think this may be like a reprint, no? And then we got the Reckoning. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Aurelian Soul. Aurelian Soul. What is he? Mind and Order. You heard it here. Mind and Order. And then set 8 and set 9. In the same way that Chengren and Dave shared some teasers for Unleashed and Radiance in our first state of the game, we're excited to dive in and share some peeks into what they are. Record scratch. Hilarious. You're right. We still have a set coming in 2026. Let's talk about a few things. First, Secret Garden, T1, and Radiance. Before we look at 2027. Oh, there's a new expansion before that. Oh, shit. Is this a set or what is this? The Secret Garden is your gateway to a lush world of alternate card arts from the Riftbound's third set. Okay, it's a reprint. Become one of the first with alt arts of Lilia, Ivern, Greenfather, and Ultra Sapporo, plus 5 alt arts. Okay, yeah, I mean, this is cool, I guess. I'm not hyper excited about this, but, you know, it's good for collectors and shit. This product will be able to select events. We're working to... Okay, cool. Okay, so it's going to be available in Barcelona. Interesting. Okay. Now to the contents of those. I'm familiar with it. 3 alt cards. 5 alt double speed tokens. 2 sleeve. Okay, so it's not really much. It's just like a one-time consume thing. I don't play any of these though. Like I don't want to be that guy, but I just don't give a fuck about. Like I could not give less of a fuck about Ivern, guys. And the same goes for Lilia. I played her in TFT, and I was just like, this is... I feel nothing. I'm sorry for the Ivern and Lilia fans. Especially the Lilia fans. I know there's quite a few of you probably. You know, you're into that horse girl shit, and I'm not gonna judge you, but I'm also not gonna enable that. Ripbound T1 2025 World Champion Collection. Mark your calendars. We're planning for the English language T1 World Signature Set. Drawings sign up to run August. Okay, that's like nothing from now. That's nothing from now. Yeah, this was... People were really hyped about this. I'm not a League of Legends player. Like, I don't know. I saw some people go like, oh my god, Faker! I don't really care about League. I don't know anything about League. But if it's good for the game and it helps people, you know, if it makes the game money, then phenomenal. I'm all for that. Anything that makes Riftbound grow, I'm all for that. I do think the alt cards look pretty fucking sick though. Like this Sensao fucks every day of the week. Like this guy, holy shit. The Seraphine's also really neat. Oh, the Misfortune. Okay, wow, yeah. Yeah, I kind of care now. Gift of the Rift Bundle. This bundle celebrates the first year in Riftbound in style. Celebrate the first year with booster packs from Riftbound's 5 first sets. And an alt art Akali. Oh, wow, that Akali's adorable. Oh, wow, okay. Oh, that's gonna be popular. Oh, people are gonna kill each other for that shit. 6 booster packs from each of the thing. Okay, so one, and what's the price for this? This product will be sold December 4th. Just time for the holidays. Okay, Radiance, finally, set 5. Here we go. Echo? Oh my god, we're getting an Echo and a Seraphine Legend. Oh, Runeterra's back full force. Holy shit. Oh my god, they're not gonna ban Echo, guys. They're not gonna ban Echo. They're gonna make a legend that does the same thing. It's over. At its core, Radiance is about performing like a master, playing at the absolute peak of your powers under the brightest lights, with everything on the line. We're extremely excited about this set. It is the capstone of our year and is going to feature our regional championship starting in November and be a part of Convergence Fest in December. Check back tomorrow for more information. What do I mean tomorrow? Oh, fuck off. That's it? Oh, but wait, they mentioned the oh, okay. 180. Rad. The code is RAD. That's totally on purpose. Kicking off at the regional qualifier in Los Angeles, which takes place December 25, 27. I gotta see if I can get into that one, even though it's a long-ass flight. That would be nice. The previews continued to run through October 9th, and the release is October 16th. Ooh, that's hype. That's a way to end the year. You might have seen the Seraphine card we revealed a few months ago as part of the regional qualifier of Vancouver, and a number of you called their card out as being from Radiance when it was shown as a part of the T1 products, though with slightly different art. So what are the new legends Radiance will bring to Ripbound? Okay, here we go. Seraphine. Ziggs. Oh, I really like Ziggs. Jarvan. Oh, the Giga Chad. Oh, man. Okay. Okay, Echo. Evelyn. Oh, my wife is gonna love this one. Wow, okay, I gotta tell her. Evelyn is coming. And 4 more. Well, why don't you fucking say them? Just tell us. Ugh. Really like the lineup already. Really like the lineup already. Very excited for Evelyn. I think I saw something on Twitter about Echo being, I was gonna say furry. The Lilia just came to mind. I don't know. I'm not even what I'm saying. I heard him being Fury and Mind. I did not expect the red on Echo, to be honest. I expected him to be just purple, blue. I guess Echo is angry. I mean, Jarvan is gonna be yellow and something. I could see Jarvan. Jarvan is probably going to be like yellow-orange or yellow-red. That's what I would expect. One of those two. Ziggs just screams red-purple to me. Like, he's a Yordle that throws bombs. If that's not chaos, I don't know what it is. Like, that is literally chaos. He's chaos something. And Seraphine, Evelyn should also. Evelyn is 100% chaos. I think Evelyn could be purple blue, to be honest, because she seduces people, right? Like she turns people into simps, and you do that with your mind or with your body. She has the body. I don't want to be that guy, but she's got the body, so she could be purple. Orange, actually. I think she's purple orange. Because her body, bro. Yeah, she's purple orange. Oh, they actually, oh my god, they actually reveal Echo. Holy shit. Radiance is going to be amazing. We can't wait for Billy to get her hand on the set. Okay, Shattering Time. Okay, I need to see what he does. Oh my, I actually did not know. Why did I not know this? Boy, I saw somebody saying, oh, Echo is Fury and Mind on Twitter, but I didn't see the card. Empower. Oh, he empowers for 1. And he taps to empower. Okay, so you have to empower by... That's a first. Every other legend that empowers is either triggered by something else empowering or they empower through mana, but he wastes a turn. And then disempower me, reduce the cost of the next unit you play this turn by 2 energy and 1 power and give it kill me at the end of turn. What the hell? I can't, like, I need context. I need a lot of context for this. Hello, Brolex? That is weird. So you're paying 1 energy to empower him, and then the next turn, you're playing something for 2 cheaper and 1 power, which is a big deal, but that, whatever it is, it dies. So he's a Death Knell legend. This guy's a Death Knell legend, but Death Knell in Fury and Mind. What even has Death Knell there? Forerunner. I mean, with Forerunner, it's pretty... So you do nothing turn 1, and turn 2, you get 2 mechs. That's not great. That's not great, actually. No. That's not great at all. Yeah, but Ruin Rex also doesn't feel great here. Because you have to spend 1 energy to empower him. I think this is a legend that's going to be very dependent on the package they design for him, because I can't think of anything that's in the card pool right now that is like, wow. So we'll have to wait. Because right now he ain't got nothing. Oh, true. 0 drive seems kind of good. Oh, you mean the gear that banishes? It's a lot of energy, though. And the thing is, like, if you banish that, you don't trigger a Death Knell, right? Or do you? I don't think you do. You don't. Otherwise, why would Smite exist? Yeah, you don't. Set 6 Legacy. Many players have their champion, the one they love to play, whether it's in Riftbound, the main, or League, or the one they always pick in TFT. Legacy is about that moment at the start of the game when you sit down across from your opponent and both reveal who you're representing. I'm getting huge reprint set vibes, massive reprint set vibes. But Legacy expands that. It's more than just what your deck is. You're representing a region spirit through your champion. There's a lot worth sharing about what Legacy has in store for players. In the regions, Demacia, Noxus, Ionia, Piltover Razan, Freljord, and Bilgewater. I'm getting back to Runeterra in my head here. Will all have aspects that carry through into the cards and the games. The regions are represented by the champions and mechanics in the set, such as this set will feel different from any... Oh, no. No, this is not a reprint. This is not a reprint. Oh my god, this is not a reprint. Oh my god, we're getting a Heimerdinger. We're getting a Heimerdinger. We are getting a Heimerdinger legend. It's over. It's over. That's I'm gonna main that. I don't even care what he does. I'm gonna main that shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm definitely maining that. Oh wow, we're getting a new Garen, guys, and he's not gonna suck. He's gonna be good. He's gonna be top tier. It's gonna change everything. All the memes will die. New Lux. Vladimir. Oh my goodness. What about Swade, bro? Why are they taking so long with Swade, dude? When is Swade coming? Some bullshit. Okay, Ilawi, we knew she was gonna happen eventually. Karma. Oh my god, this is a Runeterra lineup. This is literally a Legends of Runeterra lineup. Tryndamere. Tryndamere is gonna be Fury and something. Karma is gonna be Order. Order and Mind, probably. Illaoi we know is Chaos. Maybe Chaos and Body? Heimerdinger is gonna be blue. Blue and something. Garen, we already know the colors that he represents. Ash is gonna be Order and something. Lux, we already know. And Vladimir, what is Vladimir gonna be? I don't know. How many cards does that have? How many? 346? Wait, what? What? Yo, that is massive. That is massive. That is crazy. Oh, they're gonna start off the year strong, dude. Karma looks green-yellow. Could be, could be. I mean, she's pretty calm. I mean, she's very chill. She's like a little bit too chill, actually, so that makes sense. That is insane. 346 cards. Do you think 2 months for a new set is too much? I mean, I feel you, but I'm not gonna complain. I'm the shut up and take my money kind of guy. I'm kind of broke now, but you know, like I'm still, you know, I'll find a way. Starting with Legacy, we're replacing a common card slot in booster packs with a slot dedicated to being either a legend or a battlefield. That is super nice. At roughly a 50-50 frequency. To be clear, this means Legacy boosters and sets after it will contain 6 common cards. This is amazing. This is amazing. This is such a good update. We're doing this to try and solve players' frustration around opening boosters and making sure Legends cards don't feel anticlimactic to find. Yes, that is... I wish this would have happened for set 4 or the next one, but better late than never. Our approach starting with set 6 is to replace a common card slot with a slot dedicated to being... I mean, they just repeated this here. Okay. Draft-focused design. Legacy is our first set that we're hanging our hat on. A ripbound set built for drafting. Interesting. That's not my thing as much, but it's nice for people who enjoy the format. Okay. While Ripbound introduced the rules for drafting early on after Origin's release, the sets weren't yet designed really with drafting in mind. With set 6, the designer made it a priority to support draft in the set's design. This includes things like creative mechanics which interact and have synergies between champions that overlap in a color in fun and interesting ways. That's also going to potentially... That's going to have some kind of effect on deck building for Constructed. And there are several ways this can end. Option A is we end up having just a lot more diversity in deck building because a lot more cards combined together. But path B, which is quite likely, is that we'll end up with some cards that are just strictly really good and universal, and we end up with more staples per color. So it'll be interesting. We're updating rune kits for stores to include a new unit card, the Minion. Minions are meant to be available to players to take, like they do runes, and add to their draft decks in case they do not draft the full 25 cards to fill their deck. Okay, that's cool. It really sucks if you draft and you have to put a minion though. Like, that's just gonna feel bad. Honestly, I'm just gonna say it. This is a card for people who don't know how to draft. Like, if you end up with a minion in your deck, you failed the draft. Like, what the fuck? 3 energy for 1 might? You don't want to draw this ever. Templating updates. Okay, we got a scaled snapper. When I enter, you may... What is that? Arrow. Kill a gear. We're updating some elements of how cards are templated from a new backing for targets and rule text. Okay, so they put an arrow, which means you're targeting something. Okay, I understand. So Scaled Snapper is like a super expensive version of a Disarming Rake. Like, this card is terrible, but it was terrible in Legends of Runeterra as well, so... Here are 3 lines of rules text. They look very similar, but they're very different. Can you identify what the targets are in them? Kill a unit at a battlefield. Target. No target. No target. I mean, at a battlefield. You're targeting the battlefield. Give a friendly unit +1 this turn, then an additional +1 this turn. It's the only unit you control here. So highlighting unit, that's nice. Play has too many meanings. Oh, interesting. Let's see what they say about this. R1 to keep rules text as non-technical as possible has some hard edges we've been working to soften. This is one of them, and this part can definitely delve a bit deep in the nuance of crafting rules text. But we feel it's important to highlight the work that goes into the rules for a game like Ripbound. Currently, there are 4 meanings for play when used on a card. Create a token. Play a 1 might token on your base. To put something on the chain. Play a unit from your trash. To finalize a spell. If you played a spell this turn, to resolve something when you play me. The above examples for each of these meanings are meant to illustrate potential uses in a sample piece of card's text. They are not exhaustive though. Let's start from the top and work our way down. The first item is also the most direct of our fixes. Starting with set 6, token creation on cards will move to utilizing create as the verb rather than play. When a spell or ability makes a token in the game, create. I like this. The second and third meanings are largely still present, but we're tightening up on the grammar of how rules text is written to make the intended meanings of play cleaner. If play is used as an instruction, it means to put something on the chain. If the text uses play in another way, it refers to the finalizing of the spell. And for the remaining meaning, we are following the path of tokens and no longer using play in these meanings. We'll be chasing these cards when you play me to when I enter. Yes, I like all of this. Yes, it was, for example, confusing with, like, I had to ask a judge about Astro Heron, because I didn't know that if I, like, this was my concern. If I hit a Temporal Breach and I flipped it and I targeted a unit in my battlefield and then the Temporal Breach resolved and then the unit was played, I was like, does this count as the second card being played and therefore I miss out on the cost reduction? But then it's like, no, it's a trigger, so it has to resolve, and it like, these things can be confusing, even if you've been playing the game for a while. Some among you may have realized there is one more case which we didn't include above, and if you did notice it, we may point you to a just test. I did not notice it. Right now I can't. No, I actually do know, but I'm not going to say it. Some card instructions say when you play a card spell. Currently, this refers to resolution. Yeah, see? Astro Heron. I was literally talking about this, so I guess I could be a judge. We're changing this to refer to when a card or spell is finalized instead, to match the third listed meaning of play. Okay, see? This is just literally what I was talking about right now. So in summary, starting with Legacy, the 4 meanings of play we listed above are changing. Create a token. To put something on the change doesn't change. Play a unit from your trash. To finalize a spell doesn't change. If you played a spell this turn. When you play me becomes when I enter. From 4 meetings to 1.2 meetings. Okay. How to identify a triggered ability's condition and its effect. This is the most striking visual change to the rule text. We're introducing the arrow. When I enter, draw 1 if your other units have total might 5 or more. When I enter with the arrow. And this is Sona. At the end of your turn, if I'm in a battlefield, ready up to 4 runes. Okay. So these were all clarify things. This is great. Because that is, like, there are some aspects of Ripbound that are just not intuitive. It can be very confusing for newer players. So and for intermediate and experienced players as well sometimes. I mean, at least me, whatever I am. League Classic in my Ripbound. Oh, God. Oh, God. We're getting League of Legends? What? We'll have some amazing art inspired by the League Classic on cards. Okay. Arriving in February 2027. God, there's so much information here. Following Legacy's release, we'll release the updated box product for Ripbound featuring 4 new decks. Karma, Vladimir, Ilawi, and Heimerdinger. The second edition will not contain any cards which you cannot get out of booster packs. So this box will come out of the expansion, out of the Legacy expansion. Okay, so some starter decks basically. Set 7, The Reckoning. What happens when dormant behemoths are awakened? The Reckoning! This set will feature some of the league's biggest champions. Oh, the Timmies. Oh, this is still early. We're not sure as much. Okay, I get it. 264. Nice. Aurelian Soul. Cho'Gath. Shyvana. Bane. And, I mean, Zillion's not really big. But he's old, I guess. And 4 more. Aurelian Soul. Oof. I'm not as hyped for this lineup of champions. I do like Zillion, and Aurelian Soul is always hype. Cho'Gath will be interesting. And then set 8. We haven't even locked set 8's name yet, but we still have fun stuff to share, including some concept art. Bandle City. Oh God. Oh, it's the Bandle City expansion. Oh, this is giving me Legends of Runeterra PTSD. Is this the expansion that's gonna destroy everything? Oh God, I'm afraid of this one. Yeah, Nautilus should be here. If they're the biggest ones, like Nautilus should 100% be here. Oh God. I'm afraid of set 8. And set 9. Oh, I see Piltover. It's far enough that we've got nothing for you. Nope, 0 zilch. Without a shadow of a doubt. Is Zed coming again? Thresh! Thresh, right? Is that Thresh? Oh, Thresh. I don't know if that's Thresh, but I see this and I just think Thresh is coming. If Shadows is coming, Thresh is coming. Oh, Shadow. Oh, Shadow Isles. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Okay, well, this is really exciting. There's Cho'Gath, there's Shyvana. Oof. Hyper intrigued for Legacy. A massive card pool. Champions that I just like Legends of Runeterra lineup right here. Oh man. And then, of course, Radiance, which is coming soon, man. Like, really, I mean, soon, TM, 2 months. But, I mean, like, Vendetta literally just came out, so... Damn. Very, very exciting stuff. What is Set 5? Set 5 is Radiance. Set 5 is coming out in like mid-October, like the third week of October, and we're getting Seraphine, we're getting Echo, Evelyn, Jarvan, Ziggs, and 4 more. Oh, it's really hype. KDA time. Perhaps. Damn. God damn, there's another article. August 2026, State of the Game. A note from the editor. Hello, Ripbounders, and welcome to the second Ripbound State of the Game. After our first State of the Game this year, I immediately began to work on this one. We intend to publish this twice a year, usually around February and August. The spring edition will generally focus on the year ahead, whereas the fall edition is when we begin turning toward the next year. One of the things I've been focused on this year with Ripbound is building routines, predictable content schedules, and more ways you can hear from us. Good communication is an active skill and not something that is passive, so I'm trying to build the processes which keep the connections between us and the community alive and open. It's still a work in progress, but I see the State of the Game moments as 2 key pieces of that schedule going forward for the game. Alongside this article, we also have a looking ahead for 2026 and 2027 product rundown. This is what we just saw, which looks at products and future Ripbound sets from this year and gives a high-level overview of the booster set plans throughout 2027, and that was great. Tomorrow we're discussing our plans for organized play in 2027. Okay, so tomorrow we'll get some news on that. And also giving details about the European Regional Championship. And then finally on Wednesday, we'll have the roadmap article update and also an update for creators going into 2027. Interesting. Before I sign off, I want to thank the community. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, thank you too. Wow, Poland mentioned, Liftbound mentioned. Oh, that's nice. What is going well for Ripbound? It's safe to say that Ripbound has succeeded after its launch globally last year. We have a thriving competitive scene, players are hyped about the new sets, and they're engaged in discussions of sweet new decks and new legends. The meta for Unleashed was one of our best yet. I agree. Set 3, it cannot be understated. Set 3 Riftbound is literally the best metagame I have seen in a card game ever. And this is no recency bias, there's none of that, because Set 2 had a lot of problems. I argue Set 2 was a bit of a trash meta until the bans happened. But Set 3, everything came together and it was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Hard agree. In addition to the areas that they've covered, I'd say that Ripbound's community has been one of the highlights for me. Okay, good stuff. One of the biggest learnings for Riftbound since launch. It's never great to have to ban cards. And we saw with Spirit Forge and the evolution of the meta that the Miracle decks and Draven were both powerful in a pretty distorting way. I don't regret making powerful things. We want you to have cool stuff to experiment with, but as we learned the nuances of making Ripbound, we've learned that there's still room to grow in how we approach designing the 6 domains and gauging the true power of certain game mechanics. Additionally, we are learning how and when to use powerful mechanics and cards across our sets. The other big area of learning for our team has been in the precision of our rules and card text. Ripbound is attracting a diverse group of players with different backgrounds. This is really awesome and exciting, but it also has made clear that there's still work to be done to make the game accessible to the newest Ripbounders. We realize some of the challenges our game's rules approach has created and has already taken some strides to fix. Okay. Details matter a lot. TCGs are complex projects with many teams and partners working on them. We need to execute a lot of things perfectly to deliver a game that meets both our expectations and those of our players. As we made clear, we're approaching Ripbound with a growth mindset focused on learning and improving going forward. You'll find a number of things discussed in this article as well as in other State of the Game articles referring to changes and improvements we're making in the future. Okay. When will Ripbound introduce Swain? Not good enough. Not good enough of an answer. Okay. Will Ripbound continue being so reactive to player feedback as it grows? Yes, full stop. We're building the game with you, and sometimes that feels strange. After all, aren't we making a game for you to play? So they listen to the feedback. Like, I think the ban list was a good indication of this. Honestly, like a lot of the cards that they ended up banning were people that, you know, there were some surprises like Scrap Heap and stuff, but most of the cards that got banned, people were calling for. So it's not just that they look at the data. I think they also like listen to players, and I think that also factors into like them making the game more intuitive, because one of the criticisms the game has had has been with rules being intuitive, right? Like some technical aspects of the game, like the play aspect that we saw earlier. So yeah, I believe that. Like they definitely listen. Ripbound has been out for a year. How's the team change? Okay, so they're growing. Okay, it's good. What are Ripbound doing to make the game rules more accessible? So they talked about this already. We've now had bans for 2 consecutive sets. Will this continue? Our philosophy isn't changing. We will continue to ban cards which we see as active problems for Ripbound. That's all I need to hear. That's all I need to hear. Do not bend into the people. They took my card that I bought. Fuck off. Keep the game healthy. Keep the game balanced. Do what you gotta do. Set 3 barely required anything. Just 2 battlefields. Like, Echo should have gotten 2 in my opinion, but you know. Aside from that, like, only when it's necessary. And they gotta keep the bans going. Like the game, as the card pool expands, like they cannot, like some cards are gonna get out of line. Like it's impossible to prevent that. It's a matter of when, not if. So keep doing, yes. They'll always consider the ban decisions carefully. And we can expect that, so that's good news. With Ripbound reusing art from other games such as Legend of Runeterra, why do you rename cards when using those arts? We have competing desires with art originally made for Legend of Runeterra. We want to honor the work that was done and stay true to it where possible, and we also want to recontextualize the art that made it fresh and interesting for Ripbound players. So we sometimes try to have it both ways. Yeah, there's a lot of... I have heard a lot of criticism in the past of like, why would I be interested in buying Ripbound cards if they're reusing the Legend of Runeterra art? I mean, you never really owned Legend of Runeterra cards digitally. I have zero problem with them utilizing Legend of Runeterra. I have like zero problem with that, because we're gonna get alt arts anyways, and we're getting new arts as the game expands. And I also think like that made the launch of the game cheaper for them, and that's a good thing. So I'm all for that. But I understand people having an issue from. I just don't really. It's not something I particularly care about personally. How do you feel about the balance and design challenges to support 2v2? I don't know anything about 2v2, so I'm going to move on. How do you think about the collectors and players when it comes to Ripbound? Ripbound is a game first and foremost. You hear that, Pokemon Pocket? Maybe listen. Thank you. This line right here reflects why I moved on. I wanted to play a game. I wanted to play a game that actually felt like a game. And not lose my mind with that unga bunga shit, man. I'm grateful for Pocket, but man, like I just couldn't. It just feels good to actually play like a real card game. And Riot Games have always, like, I've worked with I've covered so many games during my lifetime with YouTube and everything, and Riot Games has always been the most impressive when it comes to game design. Like, they've never missed. I don't know much about League, but TFT became the auto battler. Legend of Runeterra was phenomenal despite its downfall. Like, they know how to make good games. Like, nobody can deny that. They are, when it comes to competitive player versus player games, like, I just don't know who does it better than Riot. I really don't. And I like the fact that they make the game and they take the competitive, like, they put them in priority. Like, they make sure the game is compelling from a competitive standpoint, and I'm all about that shit. I words cannot express how much, like, that just feels so nice. But we also want to create special collector products for both Ripbound and League. Yeah, you gotta make money, I get it. Do it. Yes. Yes. Make alt arts, make special cards that are worth $1 billion, whatever. Just make sure that the actual cards are accessible to people and we can play the game. That's how you do it. True. Ripbound brings all kinds of people. Even like people who never played card games before. I mean, that's the League IP for you. Yep, okay. With the recent announcement for Korean, what language is Ripbound going to add next? Polish? We're going to pause adding any more languages in the short term. Okay, so besides Korean, they're not really going to push anything for the time being. I like English, so I'm biased, but I'm okay with that. I like English. The T1 set has Ripbound's first serialized card. Should we expect to see serialization in future booster sets? We have no plans to put serialization on cards in booster packs. T1's competitive performance over the years is nothing short of legendary and want to commemorate their 2025 championship with an equally legendary collector's product. As we designed it, we decided that serializing these cards will be appropriate for an exciting box set. Okay. Never say never, but, you know, not priority. What about like the digital client? Do they say anything about a digital client? Dave, I kind of, like, I understand, like, but I gotta eat, man. I gotta eat. I need a digital client. So more people can watch me. Give me a digital client, please. I'm so excited to build the architecture of a game worthy of an incredible community we have. Some of the things involve more exciting ways to participate and achieve at your local store or with your friend group. And some of those things involve bringing more ways to play in a variety of new ways. Yes! Yes! Dad, please! Please! Yes! No, we do not have any announcements, but we are thinking about it! Oh my god! No, you're not just thinking, you're doing something, right? You're still thinking? Ah. Give me a digital client, bro. Oh, come on. Stop thinking! Do! Action! Oh, God. You could have just, like, not said this. And let me hope, bro. Give me the copium. Oh, my God, bro. 2028. I'm gonna be out in the streets by then. I think for me, the shape of the future of Ripbound has 3 core pillars. Easiest game to bring your friends into, but still super deep and rewarding for long-timers. Yeah, it does do that. Rewarding for fans of the League universe, especially for your main. Best-in-class synthesis of seam mechanics and the boundary between the physical and the digital world. Okay, so do it then! Make number 3 happen, bro! Oh my god, come on. Will we see past set mechanics get support in future sets? Or will sets be more self-contained and focus on supporting the new mechanics? I mean, we already saw Empower on Echo. On the new Echo, so... Both, yeah, exactly. Some mechanics require a lot of footprint to support in a set. XP being a good example, while others can just be on 1 or 2 cards and still function, like Empower. Different sets will have different needs in terms of these two footprint shapes, and often determines whether we'll try an old mechanic in a new set. And then based on trying it, we can tell whether it'll be interesting, feel different, and ultimately serve that set's needs. I like this answer, yeah. For our final question, we put it to the full Ripbound team, and here are some of the replies from our internal Slack. What are your favorite memories from Ripbound's first year? This is very cute, but this is a lot of text. Liftbound has to be up there for me. Teaching my son to play Ripbound, that's okay. This is pure wholesome moment. Okay, but thumbs up, please make the digital client. Save me, Riot, save me. Counting on you. Very, very exciting stuff overall. That was a good read. We spent a lot of time yapping, but that was worth it. Very uplifting articles, if you ask me. If you are a fan of this game, I think you are in a great spot because honestly, like, it's just gonna keep getting better. 2027 it is looking very exciting. The Legacy is a great way to start off the year. Like, that's gonna be really hype. They've done such a great job designing shit so far. And if things will get out of hand eventually, you know, whether it's set 5 or Legacy, like, things will start getting, but then, you know, then we have the bans. Like, they can ban stuff that just gets ridiculous and just keep the game. It's gonna grow. It's gonna grow so much. There's so many people who play Ripbound who you just wouldn't expect that they play Ripbound. Like, this game is a lot more popular than it seems. And it's growing really fast. Like, the regionals are getting bigger and bigger, the events. Very exciting times. And I'm in for the ride. Just give me a digital client, please, so I can oh my god, that would be glorious. Digital client might compete with the physical at this stage. The solution for this, in my opinion, is very simple. Make a digital client, but don't, like, make events on it and stuff. Like, make it so that if you want to actually qualify for regionals, if you want to compete and stuff, you gotta go to locals. Just do it that way. I don't need tournaments in my digital client. I don't need that. I just need a digital client that looks pretty, where you can practice with your decks, and then you can actually, like, you know, no money prizing, nothing. Just a client where people can play games. That's all I want. I don't want to divert the competition or anything like that. I understand the focus is on locals, and if you want to compete in Ripbound, you gotta go to locals. I am not asking for anything else. I just want an official digital client that looks good, and that's it. And you play on the client, and if you want to actually make a name for yourself in Ripbound, get out of your room. Then go socialize. I know it sucks, but you gotta do it. Stop being a degenerate. Go to the local game store, meet people. Shower. Like, please, just make sure you shower. That's actually a problem. Are you not in your room? We're not talking about me. I'm so sad that Ripbound is still unavailable in my country. My brother in Christ, where are you, like, from North Korea? What's going on? that may have been insensitive. Like I guess it's not. It doesn't reach other countries. Like that was a bit of a. Sometimes I just talk without thinking. Where are you from? The world is a big place. Implying you think. Well, yeah, I have no defense for that. I just want them to slow down a set a bit. Again, I'm not gonna like. I get where you're coming from, but I like the content. I like new cards. I'm from Israel, and it's very hard to find here. Really? Well, that sucks. I'm in the Southeast Asian area. Card games aren't very popular there, so I understand why it's not available here. There's no market for it. Southeast Asia. So, I mean, isn't this like China and Korea and Japan? Thailand. That's East Asia, not Southeast. I need a world map right now. Before I make a fool of myself. Southeast Asia. Thailand. Oh, Vietnam and Indonesia. Yeah, of course. And it's not... I thought card games would be popular around there. Yeah, there are maybe like 1 or 2 stores in the entire country. Fuck, dude. And they don't have much stock, so I'm currently pretty much relying on Rift Atlas. That really blows. Any actual online client would hopefully help players understand how certain card interactions work better, instead of working on an honor system, which would give players more confidence to go to local stores. Exactly. Like, I got the confidence to go compete in local stores by playing online. However I could. Just no prizing, no tournaments digitally, none of that shit. Force people to go to locals if they want to actually compete. That's the way to do it. They're less popular because they're expensive compared to the wages in Southeast Asia. It'll be more popular in higher GDP countries like Singapore. Yeah, I can see that. Depending on where you're at, card games can be quite expensive, for sure. But that seems rough because you would need to buy online cards plus real-life cards. Yeah, that's a tricky aspect. What about just like making a digital client with like no ladder or anything, where you just have access to all the cards? Like you buy the product and you get to play with all the cards. But if you want to play in local tournaments, you have to actually get the cards. Or maybe some QR codes so you can get the card and Or maybe like, yeah, maybe some QR. Like, I'm not sure how to approach that. Yeah, that's true. That's a bit of a conundrum, because would people have interest? I mean, people should have interest in the game. It's just like if you make the game just like a one-time purchase or something like that, and having people access to all the cards, then you definitely can't like I don't know. Hi Mog, I came from YouTube and watching you since Legend of Runeterra. I really loved all the work. Keep it up. Made me addicted to Riftbound. I'm gonna call you Julia. It's probably butchering your name, but Julia, thank you for the kind words, man. Welcome. We were discussing. We just went over like the recent articles they released, and a lot of information there. I tried your Akali list at Nexus Night. Love it. I make some changes, but the playstyle is still the same. I'm struggling against Irelia. You have any advice on this matchup? It's just tough. It's definitely tough. Because Irelia is very good at the... It's actually pretty... It's just... It's kind of like better at what you're doing in a way. And breaking through her can be difficult. You want to try to tempo her, but to be honest with you, like Irelia was one of the matchups that I also like considered, and why like I kind of like backed down from Akali for a bit. But stuns, like the back offs, are important. The backups help a lot. Killing the Stellacorn is crucial. So make sure to bring in your gear removal against it, you know, to get rid of the Guardian's Angel, and then drop that Falling Star on that Stellacorn, get rid of it, and try to tempo them a bit. Like, try to use your signature spell to score in some points, keep track of your power, and try to get a 6. If you can get to 6, like, breaking through Irelia can be tricky, but with your Akali and your movement and your Pendulum, you can generate a ridiculous amount of might, right? But it's definitely not a favorable matchup for you. Did you decide to only use the new legend for Barcelona? Never see you play something like Irelia, Kaisa. I don't like Irelia. Irelia is not my playstyle. She's also going to be very popular. I try to find something that I think people will be playing less. And I think Nasus is the case for that. I think Nasus is a case of a legend that's going to be less popular overall. Still will be represented, don't get me wrong. There'll still be a pretty decent presence of Nasus. But a legend that can also has a lot of potential into the meta. I think this deck can be built to bully Draven. With cards like Singularity and just big units and stuns. And Watcher is very good into Draven. And just patch up the weaknesses. Right now, I'm really focusing on being able to handle Aurora, you know, with my sideboard. Not only with the gear removal, but also with the Esteemed Hierophant, who cannot be targeted by Elder, and he cannot be damaged by pings or anything, so... And then the Decree of Insight. But I need to patch up, like, I mean, the deck today we did pretty okay. Like, we did good, actually. Like, we just... it was looking bad when we were facing Master Yi in the third game. Even though we didn't get to see the end of the game because the game crashed, right? But we made the change to add in Wages of Pain, and I think I'm still gonna be looking to tweak things here and there, because it may be true that Premonition... I'm still, like, not sure how reliably how much I can truly depend on Astro Heron against good purple players. Because I believe the moment I face a top level purple player, they're not gonna let me trigger my Astro Heron easily. Because the problem with Astro Heron is that when you play him, a trigger happens. So a good purple player will make sure that they're ready for him, and they keep Star-Crossed in hand. So when you play him, they react with Starcross. Like, not even your Nasus, right? Like, your Nasus is also a trigger. So you don't... They can Starcross you before you untap your runes. That's one of my concerns right now. Like, that good purple players... Starcross is a problem. Even though we have Triple Defy, Starcross is a problem for us. So... I need to see ways to mitigate the early game. I need to see ways, like play patterns that I can build upon that do not make me succumb to that. And way to patch up like some potential weaknesses. But I think there's a lot of potential in Nasus, and if played right, it can do really well. Student and Stupefy package could be a way to approach things. 100%. Like, maybe that is what we're lacking. Maybe that's a direction I can take it in. Maybe focus less on the big boy plays and find a way to make the deck more, because I believe that like that's what I love about playing green and blue, right? Playing the students with the Stupefies and the counter spells and the disciplines. Like, student with Stupefy and discipline is so strong. And Stupefy does have some perks with Heron, because you can trigger Heron for just one energy without having to hide something. You play a Stupefy, you trigger Heron, and then you can play like a counter spell. You can play a Bellows Breath, repeat it for free. You can play a back off for just one energy. You have options. So that may be a direction that I take it in. Like, I'm very happy. Like, the games today when solid, like, you know, but like we made a crazy comeback against Irelia. Like, I still really like the White Flame Protector. There's a lot of things that I like about this particular list. Like, I really like the Temporal Breach. I love the Singularity. Like, I definitely want to take the road with Astro Heron. Like, I definitely, like, I want to, because Astro Heron's Singularity is insane. Astro Heron's Singularity is absolutely amazing. Being able to play Singularity for 4 energy and no power is crazy. Absolutely crazy. And Astro Heron is just a good unit. Like, it with Nasus is just like, it's fundamentally a 5 energy, 7 might. That provides you with more and more value as the match goes on. But then I'm thinking Premonition is probably a mistake. Even though it's been really good, I feel like when I run into good players, this card will be a liability for me. This is the color combination that I've been most successful with. When I played Ari, I love green and blue. Green and blue go really well together. I don't like Vile Maw. I feel like Vile Maw makes us even weaker to bounce. I personally don't like Val. I really like the White Flame Protectors, the kind of unit that we need against Master Yi and decks like that, decks that press a lot of might. Like, I really like the White Flame Protector Temporal Breach combo. It felt really strong. So I gotta think what direction. Like, I have a lot of experimenting to do, but I'm really set. I think Nasus is a good enough deck that I can find like the right version of it to match up well into things and do well. There's no way, like, this deck can turn into something that just destroys mid-range decks. If we fix the early game problem, it can just eat mid-range decks alive because we're just bigger. We're bigger and we get to cheat a lot of energy. And the Frost Code Mother is also very tempting because the fact that she triggers Nasus is really nice. I'm gonna try different variations of this deck. I'm gonna do a lot, like this week we're gonna do a lot of experimentation. I'm gonna be streaming every day. And we're gonna be going at it, but we've been streaming for 5 hours. You know, I'm gonna keep the streams daily, but try not to just go crazy. And have some dinner and be right back at it tomorrow. Tomorrow I will also, like, I will be streaming, but I will also be playing my game. For the Nations Clash. So tomorrow we'll also be playing some Ari. Yeah, Georgie. I played Saturday. We lost against Germany 2-3. But the upside is I won my game. I won 2-0. So, but the rest of the matchups were really rough. Like, we had a Victor versus Draven, and Diamond Hat was a player. He bricked so hard, like he did not find his Bellows Breath. He drew like 15 cards and couldn't find Bellows Breath. He had like the Imperial Decree combo, but he just couldn't find the card. And then Zed against Kha'Zix was also really rough. And we had Jin versus Master Yi, the XP version, but they just had like all the defies and the hand disruption and stuff, and it was also tough. Barcelona is in basically 3 weeks. Have you tried unchecked power to empower my stuff? It's an option I'm considering, yes. Oh no, this unchecked power. It's interesting. The problem with this is that I just feel like this card doesn't serve purpose for us because when we start being able to play stuff, like we have presence in one of the battlefields. So this card forces us to retreat, and we spend a lot of energy just to bop the other side, essentially. So it just I would rather play 3 singularities than play this. Love you. Have a soul day. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed this stream. I appreciate you guys sticking around. Tomorrow more around 2 p.m. CET. We're going to continue the grind. Appreciate ya. I'll see you then.